We're in mic check 1 2 Legit City on the mic. We're back in the run. All the Geysers continues. So we are going to be back on the second planet shenanigans. We got some water to convert with the weirdest of setups. Are we in? We are in. We are in. All right. We were clearing out the bottom of the map a little bit. We might consider pumping out some of the gas just to clean it up a little bit. But then the bottom is clearing out. We're gonna have space to do the volcano tamer when we need to. And hydrogen on the side's done. We set up a little setup so that this could just run and do its thing. The only last step we have to do is run the power a little bit so that we could have this actually work. The problem is right now is that we don't have gas inside, so we actually can't charge anything, because if we do, the items are going to break. So we kind of have to leave that alone until this is active, which is going to be in 22 cycles. So chilling. Water's still problematic here. I may want to do another water cooling setup just to make it easier. 24, 25. So this is chilled out pretty well. So pulling the water out at 25. Hopefully it's a little faster. 35. So we go from 90 to 35 pretty fast. But it spikes up the temperature and we need to deal with that. So I probably want to run another system. We'll probably have to put it here, something like that. We might have to make the dupes run through this room. How much space is here? If I can, I might want to put it here instead. We already have the line majorly made for the hydrogen. There's gonna be some stuff though I want to do, like cutting out this side. That way we have no contact with the insulated to potentially dump any heat out, because if we're in a vacuum, it's not really gonna matter. All right, second planet. We are pumping up some of the waters. We're gonna deal with that. Yeah, man, we're gonna make a colony of mambas. That's gonna be the play. We were clearing out space here. Oxygen is leaving, but I can't really be too mad about that right now. Just don't get attached from them. It really depends. I hear there's a lot of stuff you could do. You're probably right though. Can't get too attached to my mambas. That's hard though. Okay, the magma is getting pumped still. Removing a good amount of the magma. This is idle, so we want to make sure it doesn't do anything jank. We want to seal this up to create a safe room. We will want to do that. And from the looks of it, man, this is looking pretty good. AETN's doing its stuff. We're gonna have to deal with this soon. We got the drop block vacuum setup right here. And we will want to probably bop this for now. We'll take care of this. Let's create a little bit of space. The water storage here is good because this is dormant and we have a bunch of water reses. Random lag's not good though. Okay, a little bit of chlorine up top. We're not releasing anything on that side. There are some stuff up here, but I don't think it's too big of a deal. Man, I'm just lagging. It feels like every other second on 1x speed. What is happening? So far, so good. All right, so, dude, what's that lag? You guys see that? I'm randomly lag spiking. Feels weird, man. It feels like I'm getting autosave lag. Alright, we did do that, so this should... It feels like I'm getting autosave lag. What is happening? Am I crazy? Let's watch, let's watch. Autosave lag. That's what it feels like. Wait, what's going on here? What is happening? Dude, I feel like I'm getting autosave lag every so often. No, now I'm paranoid because Rook said I had a virus. Now I'm mad paranoid. I am not even at 50. I'm at 50% CPU usage with everything running right now. All right, we're gonna okay, we got the weird lag spike before the autosave lag. Waiting for the vac here still. Dude, what is happening? I'm at 1x speed. We're getting random lag spikes. All right, this one's supposed to happen. A little bit long though. Every cycle. Okay, cool. I want to say we should be okay, but what's that lag, dude? We're not doing anything on this side. I'm so confused. This is running. They're able to pick up the gold from here. We might want to make a line to move out the gold from this. Same thing with the iron. I probably want to combine them and move them out. The only thing is that they might be a little bit warm. I don't know if that's going to be a problem though. This is at 40 degrees up here. Always warming up. This is at 40, but I don't know why. There shouldn't be salt water there. Unless we're getting salt water inside the tiles, and then it gets pushed up. Really weird situation though, if that happens. Alright, we're just gonna assume we're fine. Nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. Are we gonna build a tile there as we should? Normal tile here as we should. This is gonna allow this to start accumulating. We will want that. And then we can get tiles here, right? Yeah. So, second tile, we know that we're gonna be pumping right away. We gotta sweep as much as we can. Let's remove the buildings here from these tiles so that we get more reservoirs in. And then we know it's going to line up like so. Another thing is that we're going to be going up autosave lag. Dude, that's what it feels like. This weird setup. Bop this, bop that. We should be good. The item will just sweep out. Hopefully it doesn't fall down. We can still reach though, which is why we have this open still. Just in case. Okay, so this is 20 arbor trees. We need around 24. Cyberdyne, welcome in. I see you over there. Swamp chart art. Do a lot of sweeping if my dupes are bored. And then... we got the chlorine gas that we might want to deal with soon. Start a second pump setup on this side so that we can start freeing this chlorine vent. That chlorine vent's going to be easy to tame though. It's like the moment we get it freed, we should be done. We just got to move the gas back to the first planet. That's really it. Oh, and that's going to be the CO2 might be a problem. We might take this CO2 and dump it into here. Realistically. That might be the necessary thing we might have to do. Upside is moving it out would be probably pretty easy. Just pull it down, remove the pipeline. But we'll do that later. Yep, oil from this from the first planet. Deliveries getting put here. A lot of calories. We have space for one more dupe here. We are not going to be putting people in the bottom of the map. I may want to run a signal switch here, just in case. Okay, so this play, we have 8 cycles. We do know this is going to be arbor trees. Bunch of pea water. We have a weird setup we're going to want to do here. We're going to be condensing the water, pumping the water out. Water is going to be held here. It's going to be hot. This is going to be cold brine. Right? And that's going to be coming in, and that's going to keep this cool. It's basically going to be a condenser. After that happens, we are going to have the hot water and the chilled brine. Chilled brine is going to go to a desalinator room that I should actually probably run right here. Makes a lot of sense. Right, run it right above. So we'll probably want to set that up right now. So I probably want to line it up just to be a little bit particular. We're going to bop the ladder so that's not a problem. One space for the lip. Alright, get the top set up, get the bottom set up. We have storage. I don't know how much water we're going to desalinate or need to. But we have space for a desalinator here and space for a ladder. Now, the thing with that is one enough? I think it should be. Because we're just going to buffer the storage. It's going to run out from the system. It's going to accumulate. It's going to filter slowly. It's not going to be a constant flow, or it shouldn't be. So we'll do a single layer setup. We're going to put a line of airflow here so there's no contact between the liquid. Because we are going to put a liquid here. You know what? We'll also put in some metal tiles. And then we'll run some liquids through the floor before we run it into the desalinator. Because it's going to need something to kind of chill out the desalinator. And we're going to run the brine that we run into here. Yeah. That kind of works. It might mean we might have to run a lower temp though. I think that's fine. So we have this setup. Let's get a bottle emptier, autosave flag. 2013. Let's get the Mavic. Let's get that set up. We could go in from the side. We're gonna run an iron here. And then we should be able to do all this safely. Pop the items, get the desalinator inside. Okay, so this is going to be the desalinator room. We'll run a water lock, most likely. It's going to be water. I guess we could run like brine or something. Ooh, this room's getting hot. Nice and toasty. Waiting for the gases to go away. Once we do, we will get the setup in. Okay, sweep out the item. Let's get water here. That's gonna be handling that. We will want reses here, and we're gonna vacuum that. It's just that we're gonna have to drain the water, so we're gonna wait till we do that first. We also got to do a setup here so that we could do the chill box. We got to wait till this is dormant first, or well, I would want to. How tall is this? 6. That's actually pretty insane. Okay, so it doesn't work exactly. Three tile 3. Okay, so I could do something where we bop this floor, replace it with insulated, and then we could bop this layer and get 2 levels nicely. Get that set up, get this set up. And then, simple logic, we have exact space now. How long is this? 10. You have to bop 1. Get the tile there, because this is going to be a wall. We get to remove this. Let's bop that so that we can climb on the ladder still. Everything's getting built pretty fast. Refinement. We're going to run the desalinator out of gold. Run that. Get rid of the ladders. Should be good here. Okay, do we want to have a preliminary storage for the brine, or just run that in? The problem with that is this gets hot, right? So we need a buffer storage. That's probably going to be how we set this up. Liquids into the top, and then comes out to here. I might want to use up some more of this space for more reservoirs. 5. It kind of works out. Let's go for it. So at this point, we're not going to line up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to run that setup. I feel like that's going to be fine. We don't know how much space they're going to want here. This is going to be a wall. And then this is going to work going down. We're going to use granite for this. Because this is going to come in from this side. And then this is going to feed out into the bottom. And then this is going to feed out to the wall. We wouldn't want that. Let's feed it up. And not run it into the insulated if we can. We'll run a weird system here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have salt water and then clean water. That should be fine. We're going to want to start pumping out the gas here too. Do a temporary setup. Gas pumpage. Outside is, I mean, we should just use this to be able to just pump everything out. We will need a little bit of power, so we will run a wheel system temporarily. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. Let's get all that built. Liquid locks in. We're gonna create a vacuum. Okay, let them work. So salt water gets desalinated, and then we get the cooled brine, right? Okay, so we will want this weird setup. I guess we could use lead here. It sounds jank, but it should be fine. Let's get some ladders. I got a Cycle 200 yesterday and started running out of water in my second planetoid. Drilled a lot of oil. Probably shouldn't have done that much. Yep. Dude, man. Oil wells is a lot of oil. It really is, man. It is a lot of oil. AFK for 30 cycles. That's the classic, man. It's kind of set up so that the moment you get to cycle 100, the geysers are dormant. And then it repeats every 100 cycles. It feels like that, man. So unless you get it the moment you find it, and it, you know, you get the initial eruption, it feels like it's a timing thing where there are sweet spots that you kind of want to get things done by because of how the game kind of dictates it. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. We'll leave that there because we might have to build a pipeline. All right, slow this down a little bit. This water, so are you super careful for your water usage or what? So it's weird. If you have enough oxygen, you are free to do whatever you want. But that's the thing, you gotta have enough oxygen. So that's basically ends up being the only thing you really need to worry about. If you have enough water for oxygen, you really don't use water for anything else. So you could spend it kind of freely in that regard. But it really depends, right? So if you get a lot of starting water on the area, you might get a little bit like, I could use this. And that's probably true in most cases. You probably could. But yeah, it really depends. Because I'm at the point right now where if I'm not feeding water into my spawns, I don't know what else to use the water for. And it's kind of weird, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense. They kind of want you to use water for the spawn and not really anything else. Spawn's taking up a lot of it too. Yeah, maybe like that, man. They get you with the spawns. But then it's like, once you get it though, and you fill up the spawn pipeline, you have nothing else to really use it on. Yeah, you got to get a renewable source. It's really just overconsumption. That's all that is. Overconsumption. You generate 10 liters, but you drink 15. You're just drinking too much water, man. You gotta turn off that water cooler. Research sneakily uses up a lot. That is true. You could easily burn through a lot of water just because of the science requirement. Yeah, all the research, and it was oil wells. If that's base game, I mean, in the space out too, you still use water. 200 tons of crude. I mean, you could technically boil that, the petroleum, and get some pea water to recoup some of the water. Technically works. Technically works, man. Doesn't know what he gonna do with the water. Alright, we're just gonna box this up like this because we can. 1, 2, 3, so it's here. It's one of those things, man. Oil wells, endless drain, dude. You could fill that up forever. Alright, so we should have somewhat temperate water here. Do I really need the extra ones is what I'm thinking. We might, just because of how the situation is with the water. Because we have to cool... This is a weird thing to consider. We usually do speedrunning rockets and tear. Now I'm doing a chill playthrough and kind of overdid the oil. It happens, man. You'll be fine, though. You'll be fine. But yeah, man, that's one of those things. You got the habits ingrained in, man. Casual playthrough by speedrunners still look like a speedrun. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so minus 10 water chills down the steam. We get hot water around 90-ish, let's argue. That gets pumped out. We store that so that we could chill it. The water here then should be coming around 30 because we're going to move it out before that. It's going to chill the desalinator so that it doesn't heat up. We'll have a little bit of liquid there after the vacuum's done. And then we got salt water. So brine and then desalinated, so it's regular water. After that's done, this should be good to feed into the carbon skimmer. But I feel like I should merge in this water with this water at that point, so we could convert that into polluter water. We could easily put that here, depending on where we want to put it. I think we might put it near the top so that we have space for more reservoirs if we need it. Here, here, here. Here. This doesn't really work out, so we could bop that. And then run here. If we don't need this, this is insulated, and we just put move speed on top. But we'll think about that. These are potential liquid res space. So once we have water hot, water cool, this is good enough to feed directly to the trees. And then we have hot water from this that we kind of need to do somewhere. We might be able to take some of that hot water and dump it into here, which would be amazing. That would actually be really nice. We take part of this dump the water into here. Because theoretically, 3.1, right? We could move 900 grams a second. Can I do math for that? 900 grams a second. I pump 10 kgs a second. We could argue we pump one bubble every 9 seconds. No, every 11 seconds. How would we want to do that? We could do something called a travesty pipeline. All right. Every bubble is 10 kgs. And then we want to get 0.9. Point 9 times 10. 9 segments. Is this real? Okay, so I gotta wait for autosave lag. All right, so we got to pump. We pump out the water. We need to do 1, 2, 3, which goes out to 3, which goes out to 3. All of these combined into one pipeline. And then this one goes into the spawn. That's so bad. That's such a bad travesty pipeline that we might do. That's so funny, though. So the logic is, in this game, you have something called... I mean, there's no word for this. Basically, you take turns. So water goes up, water goes straight, water goes down, right? It's always going to go like that. And then at this junction, water's going to go up, water's going to go straight, water's going to go down, right? That's always going to happen. And then same thing here. Water goes in, up, straight, down. Same thing, right? And then at the end, they all just merge together. So we take advantage of that distribution logic, and then we have 1 out of 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 9th one leaves. And then this feeds out into a res. And then this feeds out to a res. I am thinking whether or not we need that bridge. I'm not actually sure. We could probably test this before we actually build it. Okay. So we have... that setup. to a drain. And then we have this setup to a drain. Let's see if it works. Dude, this looks so jank. I need to see if the distribution works the way I think it does. Are we done here? We're still waiting for this to vacuum. MCG 2 and 3. All right, 104 kgs. Batteries are full. We're gonna need to start using some power, I guess. Which is fine. We could start doing that. Nothing we really need to use the power on. Oh, I guess we could start pulling to the side and get some wires. That does make a lot of sense. All right, we'll sweep this room. We'll pull everything out as we need it. What I mean when I say that is that, oh yeah, we also need to take this. We are gonna allow this to accumulate so that pumping out the gas here is gonna be a little bit easier. All right, we will want to sweep, fill out the res here. If we need to, we have a lot of capacity. Okay, probably gonna work on that while we wait for the dupes to build this. Oh yeah. All right, so just run the wire. We are going to have it plug in right away, and we are not gonna allow this to run yet. We got to fill it up with a steady stream of water first. Okay, we have this here. We're gonna do a forced pump and dump. CO2 is accumulating on the left side, which is kind of weird. I really just want to get out the fart gas. Someone farted. Y'all know how it is. Somebody farted, boys. We gotta clean it up. Nice, nice. So far, so good. I wouldn't mind using some power so the wood gens are running. So I am thinking this is gonna be a way to run, but realistically I don't want this to be a hallway. I mean, we don't have too much we're gonna do on the right side, so it's probably fair. What's in the gas res? Oh, I was pumping out the gas from this room because this room is a vacuum. And I think, yeah, we were just slowly releasing all the gases out into a filler so that we could remove this. I might keep it there just to pump up the hydrogen up here and then just move it out. Oh, it's done. All right, so okay, so first things first, we got the vac here. Let's get rid of the gas pump. Let's get rid of the power there and the vents. Okay, I probably want to set this up now. We're going to redirect the CO2 pipe. I feel like it just makes too much sense to not try. We are going to dump CO2 into this area, but we're going to do a weird setup. Because we need the CO2 to accumulate here into an area. Vent line here, the vacuum. That room's also done. Okay, oxygen, polluted oxygen is not really a big deal. We fit 2 here. That's actually really nice. Let's put a weird setup here. I mean, it's not really weird. Just weird to put some gas reses here. Okay, we are gonna run both of these. That should be okay. And then we're gonna run these two, because it should be there, as a direct feed into the bottom. So that means we run that. We allow the dupes in. We have to chop this up. And then we have to run a bridge here. And then this goes in, that goes out. Okay. This H2 is a feed. I probably want to do it like that. The only problem with this is that we're gonna have to do something weird like this. Okay. Because we're gonna want to run the pipeline in the wall if I can. We're gonna need the ladders. That's gonna want to come out. And then probably go over this way. That probably makes the most sense. Did you actually pick up a flashlight, dude? No, we just had the natty gas. So this natty gas was running, right? Just freely. A little bit slipped into this pocket. So when we dug out this area, a little bit spilled out. No one's actually flashlight. It's just, you know, they don't think be like this, but it do. All right, we're in. All right, so let's get the power. It's test time, boys. Does the pipeline logic I want work? So we should get one bubble here every 9 bubbles. So we should get 8 bubbles here and the 9th one here every time. We have to watch the distribution. Order doesn't matter. Oh yeah. They split in half. God damn it. Yeah, we do need bridges. All right, so we would need bridge on all of these. And then we could connect this in. Okay. I'm realizing, yeah. The distribution works. It's just that they're all sharing the bubbles. I've done this before when I was starting out. Dude, there's actually some reasoning for it. Might be kind of jank though. So I realized that we have enough water storage space. Thank you. That we actually could hold all the water from a hot water geyser. So during the dormant period, we have still like just empty reses. Now this only generates 3.1 kgs, and this is 4 kgs perpetual because of 100% uptime. So you know how this works. We are going to want to get this value up to 4,000. So that means we need to add 900 grams. A water pump pumps 10 kgs per second, regardless of how much this produces. So we did the math. 10 kg times x. No, divided by x equals 0.9, right? Because it's 0.9 kilograms, 900 grams. So, you know, you just multiply by 10. What about a shut off with a timer or valve or something like that? That's the thing. Running a every 9th bubble automation, I feel like would be really weird. Because you would have to run the signal counter and make it on top of it with a plumbing system liquid element sensor. So every time you get a bubble, you would run the shut off one time. I guess we could do that instead. It's just that it's I mean, it's only 10 watts of power. That's an option. You could do that. You would run a signal counter. You would have to tie it so that every time you get 9, it resets and also gives a green signal to the shut off to allow one bubble through. I don't understand what we're trying to accomplish. I want to move 900 grams per second into this water system that feeds into the spawn. The rest of the water is going to go into an arbitrary farm. The thing is that I don't want to fill this up with hot water from this so that this doesn't get pumped out. I don't know if that makes sense. So I have a hot water source that's going to be used for 2 things. I don't want this to fill this up that bodies this geyser. There is no way to track between eruptions how much water you're moving out. So I'm thinking that we should just do a pipeline logic so that every 9th bubble goes here. And that's really it. Hindu, welcome in. Because the problem is, I don't want all this water to be here, using up our liquid storage space. And then we're going to get water from here spilling out of the box because we need to pump on consumption. Hope that makes sense, man. What would that even do? Couldn't you do a double bridge filter? We're not filtering anything. We're distributing the same liquid to 2 different areas. That's the thing. We're not, like, I don't know what the filter would do. Nothing, right? There wouldn't be anything that would do. Double bridge valve? You mean this? That's only if you're trying to filter a gas or a liquid. And you get 2 things coming in. We get 1 thing coming in, just water. Why can't you use a liquid valve? You know what? That probably does work. I didn't think about this. You could set a 900, 100. 100. So we do a 9 kg, 1 kg. I'm hoping we don't have any backup worries. We could try to make a, I mean, it really depends. What's the difference between meter valve and regular valve? The meter valve is total versus liquid valve is each pass. It's the difference between a filter and a storage in terms of what you're doing at the end. It's not exactly that, but the meter valve limits how much passes through on each pass. The meter valve allows a total amount through before it shuts off. So the meter valve would allow you to separate this 10 kg bubble into 2 parts. So you could do like 6 and 4. It's going to add up to 10, right? That's the max size. And if you do it, you have to run an overflow. The liquid valve, you could set a value like 200 kilograms and it will allow exactly 200 kilograms of water through before it stops. There's a reset button and you could change that value on the fly. So it's convenient in the sense that if you don't want to have water sitting in the pipes, you could send in an exact amount. Pretty good for when you're sending in like water to the top of the map for your toilets and the rocket ship. And then you have space ice, right? You have the ice on the top. And then it's like -60. And then you're like, oh yeah, if I keep water in the pipes, they're going to freeze. Because it's going to take time, even with insulated pipes. But, you know, just don't want to have water sitting inside. Yeah, that's the one thing about it. It's no dupe interaction. It's kind of nice. I mean, you need plastic though, right? For meter valve? Am I wrong? Yeah, you need plastic for this. Kind of sucks. I guess we don't need to do this. Okay, so we do a liquid valve. And then I thought this was a good idea. I did. I really did do. I remember something with a filter and packet stacking to send full packet. Yeah, you're looking at it the wrong way. We're splitting packets, not stacking it. And we're trying to get a specific split. Alright, we pumped up. Oh, there's still natty gas there, dude. God damn it. Because I'm pumping out oxygen at this point. The triple trident dreams are dead, boys. No Poseidon summoning today. Alright, we gotta sweep that. So we do the water into there. Shouldn't be too bad. We're sending the pea water from here into this. We could run said hot water on the outside so that we don't heat up the walls or in the base. That's fine. Yeah, we can think about that later. So, hot water, we do the 900 grams. So we sent about 9.1 here and then 0.9 out the pipeline. That goes into the reservoirs and combines with the water pump. That means this goes down to 9.1 then because of the merge. This is at 8.4, so we keep up with it still, so there's no real problem there. So that should be fine. Alright, after this, we move the water out. We have hot water, cool water. Do we merge that in? We could do a merging line where we take the like roughly 30-degree water that we're gonna get and merge it with a 90, so the average brings down the liquids closer to like 50. And then we run that through a chill box. Because we will have to lower that temperature to 35-ish for the plant to grow. That's going to be the thing with that, right? We're going to need to still chill the water. I was hoping to pull out more of the hot water from this because we do get more cold water than we do hot. Alright, we're going to allow some pumpage. And then hopefully that brings it down. We still have to run the chill box. Yeah. It is what it is. We're going to have to run our chill box system. Alright, so we got a plan. We know what we got to do. We just got to fine tune it. It's really the big thing. Okay, we have a geyser here. There's just a lot of water we're gonna have to deal with. Okay, let's just put this in. Nah, we can let this air out still. I'm not really worried about that. Especially since this is highly pressurized on this side. I don't want the water to get into here, which is why we're keeping a lid, because we know we were gonna spill this out. But this water is hot. That's the only thing that really sucks about this. If I let this spill, we're gonna have to re-chill down the area. But it's like, what else are we gonna do with the water? Oh, I guess we could pump it, I guess. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna do a weird pump system. We will do a weird pump system, because we can. So we know the geysers here. We're gonna do a weird setup for that. I'm probably gonna want to just have the steam turbine aqua tuners over here. And then we have a chill box. Okay, so this is likely going to be a wall. And then we're going to want this way. Maybe? Man, we have space on the inside, though. Which is why I'm thinking otherwise. Alright, we're going to want to pump out the water. This is almost dormant, so we'll work on this next. And then we got to deal with the water here, which is fine. We just spill that out. So 1.5, this will erupt, so we don't want to open it yet. I want to start pumping up the water here, so I guess we'll just do the floating liquid res. We'll do it near the top. To actually make this insulated. Okay, and then we're gonna connect the areas. Keep picking up city. All right, get this done. Let the dupes work. Let them do their thing. Okay, we got to get our gas res here. We got the setup in. We're going to lock the doors. We don't have to go back inside. There's probably that obsidian there. I probably want to sweep. There's a little bit of wood there that's also out of reach now. That kind of sucks. I'll probably clean that up later. This is going to be a CO2 line coming in from here. We're going to want to chop this. Let the hydrogen get done. We're going to move this gas line. At some point, we're going to stop feeding in CO2 to the first planet. Okay, this is going to be a weird setup. We're going to run a door here. Signal switch. Okay, and then we're going to put a pump here. And then we're just going to get a little bit of power. Alright, we can run that. Whoa. Oh, pressure damage. No way. God damn it. Okay. I shouldn't have dug that, boys. I mean, it's abyssalite. It'll give us a little bit of time. We need to dig this out ASAP. Build this ASAP. Everyone else, you could chill. We need to build this, dig this, please. Mop it up, boys. And everything else is getting built. Alright, going inside. No food, man. We gotta do this. Alright, should be good. A little bit of moppage, clean up, it's fine. Alright, we could start pumping out all this water out. We have it on reservoirs so that the hot liquid will sit on an insulated tile once we have it in bottled form. Should be alright. This has how much time? 0.4. Cool. So we're gonna let this pump. While we do that, we'll work on this build. This side, I think we get started with the setup here soon. Oh man, this is done. We're moving out the magma from this. Let's go. Alright, we're gonna be working on this wall soon at some point. I think we might be at the limit of the magma blade. Let's push this. Someone might get burned, but it should be fine. Moppage, waiting for the dormancy. What's your plan for the magma zone? We are going to create a box right here so that we can do a sulfur tamer. So the logic right now is simply just empty out the area. And then we're going to start doing the same thing here for the chlorine vent. So we won't empty out everything. We're just going to empty out what we can. We have magma now in bottled form. We could start using that for stuff if we really want to. And that starts to become the question. Do we want to use that for anything? Because we could start generating power with that. So if we want to, we could start doing the magma drain setup and start getting that as a power source. All right. I am likely gonna want a tile here. We're gonna push in the magma, not for pressure damage or anything like that, though it might end up kind of looking like that. I'm just gonna be trying to do a no contact setup. Well, I mean, it's probably fine. I just don't want the magma pushing out. 480. Okay. Connect that. Start the pumping. Dormant. All right, it's time. It is time, boys. How come you dig only one tile, dude? That's so troll. That's so troll, dude. God damn it, man. No, are you serious? This bubble of CO2, pressure damage. This is what you get, dupes, for being lazy. Get a messy colony. Get rid of these tiles, man. Seal this up. Seal this up as well. We will do temp shift plate here. We will do that out of iron. And then we know this is regular tile. Cobalt. This actually doesn't work. We need a way to drip feed the liquids. Okay, and then on this side, it doesn't really matter too much what the material we use is. I guess we could still use iron. V-shape average. Let's argue the liquid. Okay, so this needs to pump water out. Now autosave lag. Pull that out that way. Power lines that way. We gotta wait for everything to spill. It's fine. And then we have to run a radiant pipe. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the play. I probably don't need to run it into the metal tiles. And then we'll run that, run that. This is not going to be single pass. Yeah, this is not going to be single pass. So we're going to run shut off inside. Run that in. We're going to, for consistency's sake, make this insulated. And then... This is tough, because technically this is not good design. If I'm running it that way. It honestly doesn't matter where I'm running the coolant at either. But I guess this means we will run the setup on this side. Okay, so that means we run this, that, run that setup bridge, and then we're gonna have to bridge onto here, and then this comes up top. Okay. Let's get the liquid spilling. We'll be able to reach everything once we get a tile here. Ooh, that's another thing. This is a tile. Oh, no, bro. I messed that up. Alright, we are going to do no lip on this side. No lips. Okay, this is it. Yep, expected water spillage. We're gonna have to mop everything. We'll take care of that later. Analysis complete. Okay, another thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have to vac everything once this is ready. We gotta build everything out first. We're gonna run a pipeline thermal sensor right here. Dude, I'm randomly lagging though, man. I'm not gonna lie. We're not really on a timer, but you know, I kind of want to get this done. No more water. It's not a gas pressure thing. It's not a gas pressure thing. Can we dig this and leave? Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Okay, cool. This means I move the pipe down. It's gonna be a better solution than anything else. I feel like digging out tiles is just gonna create more of a mess. So it's like, I feel like just building a new setup there, it's probably better. We have to move everything inside out. All right, close the door. Gotta keep on pumping. So we'll be able to drain most of this out at that point. We should be able to reach a lot of these now. Now that the liquids are gone, we could start setting this up. I might want a ladder here, but we'll see. Let's wait for that to be built. Let's move out this liquid. Second tile. Okay. So I need to vac this room. It's probably going to be easier to do it from this side. And get a ladder there, and then we do it on this. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. And then we run a line here, like so. Already kind of have a power line there. It's not really a big deal. And then we just need a way to get in. We probably shouldn't do that until we get our lock in. So... drop lock setup. Okay, not bad. $373, perfect. Gonna get our drop lock in, so we're gonna seal this up, sweep out these items, come out this way, get this seal in, get the airflow in, sweep out that item. These are gonna be liquid reses. This is odd, so we will have a 1 space gap on the side. I'm probably gonna do this just so that we have a way in and out. Not that it matters to have one though. Okay, get the empty. This allows us to do the pumpage. Let's move it out to that side. Got the gas. Okay, so this is not bad. The only thing I would do here then is probably bob this tile, because I have to. Temp shift plate is in, everything else is in. We got to move out the items. Reflow, everything goes back normally. Cool. Let's set this up. Let's get that in. All right, now we gotta start moving out the brine water. Running it across base would have a cooling effect for the inside of the base. I don't know if I need that. It's probably not something we need though. So we could run the water out or just run it straight across. That's basically our dilemma. From the looks of it, I did plan to run it from below. Do you think you could last 100 cycles with no buildings, or will you run out of oxygen? You need to make oxygen. No diffuser. How else would you get oxygen? I was thinking, yeah, you can just keep the population low. The problem with that is, yeah, you could run like a map with polluted water. You would have, that wouldn't be possible in every map. You would probably have to get a specific setup, like the map where you get a lot of dirt and mud. You know, the quagmire map. you would naturally just not have to do anything. You'll be able to breathe. And then on top of that, you could just pee on the floor for more off-gassing. I feel like you could possibly do that. The digging around strat, the problem you run into is you could only dig so much because you don't have dig skill. Which means you would have to get a bionic dupe with dig module to start off. And then you could potentially do it, but then he dies. After, what is it? 7 cycles? Because you're not going to be able to charge his batteries. So it's weird, like, no deaths, or are you allowing people to die? Second thing is map-specific strat, probably. And then after that, it's the goal of living without building. It's probably possible, but I don't think it's going to be anything you could min-max, more so that you kind of have to get lucky. Because realistically, the real problem is getting enough resources close enough that you could reach and spawn, like, next to. What if the first 3 need to survive and the others are fathers? Because that could give a printing boot those batteries. You could just run into the situation where the game doesn't give you any boops and he dies either way. There is that early game no boop logic, right? And it's not that it's no boop, it's just reduced chance. And it happens the most in the beginning of the game as well. Alright, we can do this now. We need to run the battery. We're gonna bop one of the pumps, so we don't need both of them running. We're gonna dump some CO2 into here to get the pinch pepper nuts, so that we could finally catch up with the water geyser. Pinch pepper nuts. And then we have this jank CO2 line. Yo, this guy. What do you call that? Placebo effect? Is that what that is? You do a change that has no impact, but you believe it does. We could run the water through the wall. We could run it through the top. And then we would just have to change where the bridge is, which isn't a bad thing. Alright, we'll run it through the base. It's shorter that way. Oh, that's where the toilets are. Little unfortunate. We'll just have this be exposed pipe. Disillusionment. We don't need this bridge anymore. Alright, we'll start doing that. So we are lacking a little bit of CO2. The hydrogen finally left. Alright, we're gonna run this down this way. Okay, so we run that in. We're gonna feed it all in for now. So these are small packets. It's gonna take us some time before we get enough gas pressure for the pepper nuts. 150, 10K. And we gotta wait for everything to fill in. So I think the moment the bottom plants get enough gas, we should be fine. Look at that, the vacuum's dying. I mean, the vacuum's creating more of a vacuum still while we're filling it up. That's so jank. Is that considered deleting gas? If you release gas at less than 1 gram value into a vacuum and it immediately deletes because of how the gases are trying to expand, is that considered deleting resource? Because you could argue it's just evaporating. Alright, it's finally consuming the pea waters. Let's go. Alright, phosphorite so that we could actually grow the pepper nuts. I might want to get phosphorite sent over. Yeah, this top is doing all right, but yeah, getting the CO2 to the high enough level at the bottom, kind of tough. Do we have any canisters? No, we don't. That's fine. Okay, we got some magma here. I mean, we're likely going to want to pump out the bottom, so maybe we could do this. It's such a weird idea, though. Because technically that works. Technically that works. The gases will just kind of like self-vacuum at that point. It's kind of weird, though, I will say. Okay, so this is red tea. We need the wheel runners to run. Alright, the pumpage. Not bad. Yeah, we just need better power over here. Alright, that probably leads me to the second thing we might want to start getting done. More power distribution. Okay, I should just build this now, because it's not really going to impact anything. We need to just get our transformers in. Coming in from this line. No vacuum there yet. Slowly feeding in the pinches. Okay, making some water. got the water pipeline in. Let's go. All right, so technically I do want 2 tiles there. And then we do want a vent line there. We will eventually need this ladder here. Okay, more rows, more water consumption. We need to consume as much water as we can. We have 5 cycles before this activates again. We have so much water that we're converting, and this is already filled. We need to just catch up. You know what I'll actually do? I'll just cut this and let this fill up so it pressurizes a little bit, and then we'll be able to kind of break into the storage. Since this is a vacuum, there's no like infinite pressure shenanigans that we have to worry about. We need to turn that off. This is negative temp P water. Should be all right. We'll eventually vac this room. Need to make sure everything's cool. Yeah, it's really just power, man. Maybe we just change this line here. And then we free up 240 watts, which is not bad. I mean, it goes into suit, so it's not really a big deal. I might even relocate these and run the wires off of this side. I feel like that works way too well. All right, got down to there. This is at 700. 1250. Oh no, this is emptying. 1432. 80 degrees, so it's hot enough. If anything, we might need to cool it down a little bit. Alright, got the vac in this room getting started. This is going to help out vac out the top room from this side. We'll eventually reseal it again. We'll need to get our power situated. I probably don't worry too much about this, but I wouldn't mind doing this. This will cause some polluted water to off gas, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Okay, so we're chilling here. We're just kind of waiting. $2026, that's this year. And this year is going to be over soon, man. Because it's going to be end of cycle. Okay, back to the first map. We got to do some sweepage. Let's get some lead. So that we could send it to the other side. I see you over there, Wiggle. So this is chilling. We have 6 cycles for this. All right, so let's get rid of this. We're gonna want to go all the way down and out. We just want to create a vacuum layer around this. Well, it shouldn't be too bad. I see you over there. Hydrogen is chilling. We need to move out the gold at some point. We might want to break into the beehive on this side. Eye of Sauron? No, man. That's just what we say. That's just what we say, man. Just normal stuff. Normal stuff. Alright, this is still ice cold. I might be able to do like a 145. Water is going down. Still not feeding all the plants. It's next year. Yeah, time flies, man. Time flies. It really does. I mean, I guess I should work on something here. Let's start setting up the vent over here. So we're gonna do a makeshift liquid lock. Just so that we could start dealing with this infectious polluted oxygen. We will have to break in and bop some bees, unfortunately. But we're gonna help them out. We are gonna try to dig out this solid nuclear waste so that they could just start mining the uranium on the left side. And then we'll build something here. Not the bees, we gotta save them, man. We're gonna save the bees. Don't worry, man. We're gonna save them. Just a little bit of lead, huh? A little bit slow on the moving of that. Pipeline is getting in. If not, it's in. So we're gonna start moving out some of the brine. We missing a connection? There we go. This is going to end up being a cold pipeline, but hopefully it's going to be fine. So we're going to add liquid into the loop. Green signal if it is above. We're going to go with 30 degrees because the trees are at 40. I might want to go lower. Let's go 25 for now. And then we do a half-half split. Because we need to start filling up the box. I'm going to use brine. Mallow seeds, all the boots. Polluted oxygen, chlorine. It's doing its thing. We be running the wheels. Not bad. Alright, so get this in. We are going to do a temporary setup here to get that connected. They are slow on moving the lead, though. Makes me wonder, like, they're constantly working then, huh? Or maybe just grabbing the lead is a pain, because you have to go through here to go through here. 2 suits. Copper, gold. Iron is so low right now. Are we still feeding them iron? No, right? Just copper and gold? Okay. So I probably really need to build out this rail line. I hate to do this. It's time for what we call a temporary maneuver. Temporary TM. And we will drop it off here. We gotta let them work. Yeah, man. It saves the dupes from running. I kind of have to have it at this point. Yeah, I tried to not use as much of the iron as we could so that we would always have it. This oxygen is being booty. It's not letting the water do its thing. Okay, we got the lead line. Autosave line. There we go. So this has power. This is on a separate line now that we shouldn't really need to worry about. I might not even need to connect that because we're gonna have some more here. Okay, so very likely we'll run a floating wire on the floor that would solve a lot of these problems. This line in the back is going to be made somewhat obsolete. We're going to want to run this line. I might not have enough lead for that, huh? Okay, 3 tons lead. We're just going to start pulling some as much as we can. We don't need it on the first planet. We have like 7 metal volcanoes. We kind of want it here, though. This is still taking its time to fill up. We should have enough. We're going to start splitting this line. I think it's just a matter of time. And we are running off of the wood, so it's fine there. Filling this up. Getting everything done still. Water pumpage. Build decon on this side. I kind of want to sweep this up if we can. This is coming from the bottom, so a lot of this is no longer needed. Let's just pop the wire so that we recoup some of the lead. Okay. Let's do this setup. Pop those to recoup some of the wire. 1800. We could probably run that on the sludge press as well. Not a lot of power here, so it's not really necessary. So we could probably run this out. We could do an unnecessary setup here. Unnecessary setup here. And then this allows me to run this down. Yes. Get a couple wires there just to do a little bit of distribution. I could keep this line and run that kind of across. It's only I mean, there is that line I kind of want to fix. I'll wait to do that later. Upgrade the wires. Fill this up. This is good. We could actually remove this now. Alright, so all the CO2 is going into here now, which is fine. This has priority. As long as we consume. And then we just got a buffer. Oh man. 2 reservoirs empty. Pretty good. This is still dormant. So we are going through the water. We are going through the waters. I don't think a dupe got burned. Okay, so that's fine. I might want to do this dig. Hopefully they don't get wrecked. Let's not do the bottom 2, just do these 3. I could technically stand there and dig that. I don't know if they'll do that though. I'm scared they're gonna just get burned. I do want to build that. We're going to be setting up a perimeter right here. I wouldn't mind doing this. So that we could just get a insulated line. Timo getting burned. Classic Timo. Ooh, pitcher pump empty. Scalding. Yeah, I expected that. Too much still, huh? 174. All right, can we do the last 2? Because this will allow us to set up this to be drained out. which is not bad. This also means this is done. We got to get rid of that. We could try to pitcher pump like this to get rid of the stuff on the ledges. I just need a way to climb up this way, right? You know what? Maybe we could remove these ladders and that's not going to be a big deal. Ooh, almost got burned. Half job. Coming in with the strats. Alright, pepper nuts are looking good. If anything, we're going to put a bin probably right here. That's going to be for rot piles. I'm realizing that now that we're growing plants, it has a chance of rotting. We have no way to really deal with that right now, so that should be fine. There we go. Small burn, small burn. Still not good enough. The magma's still too high up. Alright, so we do need to bop these ladders. Alright, man. Unfortunate. We'll run a secondary option on that side. We're going to start bopping this. Still filling up. The loop's working. Keeping it cold. Milligrams. That's good. Let's get some more reses. This is filled up. Still pumping out the water. This is gonna be fine. We could start vacuuming this, I guess. Start climbing down this way. Once we get that dug out, we realistically want to seal this. It looks like we might not need to keep this disconnected. I still will, though, just because I feel like having full reservoirs look kind of bad. Ooh, this side's done. So the one thing I was a little bit worried about was gas bubble. So now that we could see that the liquid's on the left side, we should be good here. Oh, crap. Infinite pressure setup. Yep. Infinite pressure setup. That's not good. Ah, man. How do I deal with that? That not ever gonna change. These two infinite pressure. And you could see, because this is rised up because the water's pushing it up. But there's nothing I could do about this. Mesh tile deodorizer. 1, 2. Oh, I'm right out of reach. Could I do it here? Technically, that does work. The problem is that if I decon from the left side, the items are going to fall in. God damn it, dude. Okay. We will do the meme strat. Hopefully, I get to pull this off. We still need to add water, so it's fine. Of course, it's downtime. God damn it. Alright, man, we're gonna stop that. Classic dupes. Can you just build one more melt tile? It looks bad. Oh, you bastard. Alright, man. We gotta sweep it. I was gonna do the picking up the tile during the fall animation strat. And god damn it, dude. Mallow seed. Okay, we didn't pop any liquid. We could still sweep the inside, it's not a problem. Alright, let's put in that tile. Still gotta add water here. Okay, so we should have lead on this side now. Okay, so we want to redo a little bit of the wire usage so that we have an easier time. So we know these two are going to exist. We have potential space for a third line. We're going to chop this line and run this, you know, across. The thing is that I might want to use this line here to do the pump, but we might want to use it for some local stuff. I think we should be fine, though. This wheel battery is no longer needed. We're just going to bop it. And then this line to the bottom, so we could separate this. Okay, that's kind of nice. We might want to run this to the bottom as well. Separate this part instead. Because we're not really running too much here. I guess that's fine. Food poisoning. There's no... Oh, man. No way. Is it the meat or the tallow that has food poisoning? Hey, what the hell is that, dude? Can't be the tallow. Tallow's cold. Would that infinite pressure still work if you drop small amount of normal water? I'm not actually sure. Oh no. Oh man, the Rexes are there to scare you. The thing is that water is lighter than this, so it would... So you shouldn't be able to delete the gas anymore, so I think the water gets deleted instead. I'm not actually sure. How would you feel about using a meta refinery to heat oil and petroleum? You could do that. It's just messy. If that's how you want to do it, you could technically do a controlled way of setting that up, I guess. Who's get washing? No. The food we're getting has germs on it. So that means the food in this base is either coming in dirty or... I don't know where the food poisoning is coming from, man. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, there's food poisoning on all the food. Hey, what the hell, dude? Why is there food poisoning on all the food? Someone tried to do me up. 13 mil on my Swampy Delights. Someone trying to do me up, man. We got the toilets is good. Someone really trying to do me up. No one here has food poisoning. That's the crazy part. Dude, what is that, man? I'm gonna be real. I don't know who's doing that and how that's even happening. It feels like it just magically appeared. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, is the rail line done? Wow, they finished that. Let's go. Alright, so the rail line is an overflow setup. Green, white. Okay, so technically I might need this. Just in case. So it's green, green to white. Pet shine bugs, man. I'm thinking we might put a wheezewort next to the food just to sterilize it really fast. Igneous. All right, we're good. All right, clean setup. Can you drop one radiation metal to kill germs in food storage? I don't believe the dug out ore emanates radiation. I don't believe the ore, when you dig it out, does anything. Here it does, but I think when you dig it out and it's on the floor, the nuclear waste liquid does. But yeah, I mean, that's nuclear waste. I don't have any uranium. But that would kill the germs. That would. That would. Alright, so we're vacuuming this, which was kind of part of the plan. So now when this runs, there's going to be no gas to do heat transfer, so that these bees are safe. But yeah, adding radiation would fix the problem. Alright, so this is ready. We have the water pipe from this side to do its thing. Not bad. We have extra space here now that we're not going to need for anything. Transformers, more than meets the eye. Okay, we're going to chop all this up. Glow stick chef. You gotta wonder what's his secret. How is everything always so clean? You find out he has the worst habits and just gets lucky every time. Okay. This is gonna be the clean water setup. And then the water feed out. We actually got to put a bridge here. That's unfortunate. And then we just got to connect that. We still got to wait for the gases to move out. That's fine. Still pumping out the waters. How are we over here? No one got stuck. That got built. Ladder got built. Nice. I want Pretty Pot to get a talent tree in new DLC because adding a talent tree to everything seems to be the best game design at the moment. I feel like That's the latest trend because everyone's playing Diablo. Because they added in the new Warlock class. No one would think that 20 years later they add in a new class to play. Very unexpected. But yeah, man, I would say that might be where the craze is coming from. Yeah, D2. So Diablo 2, they have something called like a remaster called Diablo 2 Resurrected. And they recently, in the last month, released a new class called the Warlock. Which is insane, because like it's a 20-year-old game, maybe even older. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so we're building this out. We're getting this chilled. We have a cold box now for the steam vent. And then everything looking great. Cool, cool. We might actually want to bop this side because we don't have space on that side. I just realized that. And what we're going to want to do is do a liquid lock to get inside. So that should be okay. We're gonna move out all this stuff though, just to get rid of it. We're gonna fix this soon. Building that out. We have a pipeline out. All right, so I want to get power lines so that this doesn't have to be ran on the wheel so often. Okay, so this line doesn't do anything. I'll probably want to run both of those across. This one is also not doing anything, so it's probably fine. Get rid of this wheel. How often are we going to need the deodorizers, right? Okay, so 1800. We could easily run these into this. Most of these are suits. I might be able to get these suits on that same line and be able to get away from it. Pea water here. It's not bad. We should be fine here now that we have that. We shouldn't need the drainer here anymore. Looking at the power, yeah, I think if we just move the suits to the top, we shouldn't have overload worry, and we could get the suit line on the bottom line as well. So basically that, and then we chop this top part up, which probably would mean we're gonna pull some of these wires out to do that. This is probably unnecessary, but we could run both of these wires out properly. And then run this line to do the top. Makes a lot of sense. It's really hard to say no. Alright, we're gonna build that and remove the other wires after. Deodorizers still gotta chill there. We might want to move this wire and put the deodorizers on this side, given how this wire is going to be having some free space. Then we're going to run 2 wires. We're going to run both of these out. We have space in the middle in case we want to actually continue this line from somewhere inside. And then that's going to allow us to get a little bit of power on this side without having to run wheels. Oop. But yes, they added in Warlock and Diablo 2, man. It's crazy stuff. Who would have thought they did something like that, man? But they did, they did. looking at this way. That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's get a ladder up there. I guess we don't need to run that, because if this is running across, we just run that straight up. Just like how we're running that straight up. This is not going to be needed anymore. Get rid of that. No space for anything else, really, so this is fine. Still pumping out the liquids. Alright, back to the first map. Still doing a little bit of vacuuming. Hydrogen broke out of here, it looks like. Hopefully that wasn't like a Saturn critter trap or anything like that. This is not running yet, so that's fine. We got the rail connection. Okay, so this means gold. This is at 170, so it will be able to heat up a little bit. 135. 135. Oh, did I not do this? Huh? How come this do the jam? Huh? How come this does a jam? This should not jam. Oh, it's supposed to... Dude, this is not connected. This is not connected. Goes, is there a jam here? Automation above. Green signal when it's below. Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Now I'm worried. We're gonna chop this. There we go, and it's flowing again. Okay. I was like, this is supposed to be non-stop flow, dude. There we go. We good, we good. Nothing weird's going on here. We're good, we're good. Alright, so we're gonna get all this gold out. The only thing that's gonna suck is that it comes out at a nice 20 degrees and we dump it into the hot biome and then we pull it out. I guess the upside is that we get to cool it down. I guess. This goddamn water. Is this the only oil well? Oh, we got this one. I'm probably gonna use this one. So we will have to do the bobbage here. I want to see if I could make this jump. I cannot. Okay. So we're gonna free up the oil well, so we have a way to dump out the water. I'm considering dumping out that water in as well. But I really just want to dump the water that we have here. That's accumulated. Take the sweet old baby. We're gonna do a weird setup at the bottom. Okay, we are gonna do the unnecessary setups 101. We're gonna do it down here. Might as well. And then we are going to do a second line. We're gonna be doing a desalinator sieve setup. Steel. I guess we don't need the top line. We do a steel res both sides. Feed in probably from the pump. And wait. Feed in probably from the pump. And we'll probably put some bottle drainers on the side. Here. And then this is going to be water at this point. And we move out the water to the oil res. We will eventually probably want to take that oil and move it into our setup here. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a hot line too. Alright, we'll let them work on that. Back on this side. Sweep out the stuff. Power wire is more or less in. This is storing for another 33 cycles. Let's get some more reservoirs to hold the water. Okay, a lot of this is ready. This is not connected to anything yet. Okay, this line is okay to run that. Okay, we are going to bop this line. Run that off of this. Still powered. Alright, so now we're going to get rid of this line. Now we'll do that later. Let's get this, that, and that. Get the upgrades in here. Oh, we also need to get this powered. Very straightforward, though. Cool. So having that connect's not a bad thing. Let's clean this up. Clean that up. These to these. It's cleaning up the unnecessary power wire connections that we have. Autosave lag. Oh, no crash. Ooh. Don't you guys get scared when you guys are playing Oni? And you get the, this game is not responding error? Yeah, that's a scary time, man. Okay, so do this, do that. Overload. Okay, there we go, no overload. This is at 2180. I think we're fine though, because it's on a suit line. Those are not going to be, and this as well, it's not going to be on that often. So that means get rid of the wheels. We are chopping this up. We are chopping that up. And we are chopping this up. So here. Bop. You're just going to get rid of the deodorizer on the side and the wheel combo. No power on those. We might as well just get rid of it then. Okay, so that's going to be these. Wire is gone. Everything still works. Okay, so that means we get this pump. This goes out to here. Nothing else to really use it on. Let's get rid of this wire. I might get rid of this now that we have power. Oop. We don't need to have this pumping all day every day yet. It's almost actually drained, so it's not too bad. We will keep pumping though. This is a vac, so this is no longer needed. Same thing with the vent line. Pressure vent remove. And we are going to be moving out this thin wire. Deodorizer is gone. Okay, let's do a little bit of cleanup here. Make sure we don't sweep the tile that we sweep to. That's a lot of work. So far, so good. Hot items. Oh, the lead's hot. Interesting. I mean, I'm not really too worried about that, though. Okay, this is ready. We don't need this plastic ladder. Get the last vent line, and then we could seal this up. Well, we have to feed out the water somewhere first. That's gonna be another thing we're gonna have to figure out. Pipeline there. Okay, this is finally done. Sweet. Autosave lag. Let's get the oil drop to this area ready. We're gonna want tile. We're gonna run the oil drop setup. We will need to do a little bit of pumpage. Simple setup. And then we're just gonna run the wire from there. This is still alright. Someone farted still. I'll try to pump it out one more time. Okay. We could remove that and continue the pitcher pump right there. Very cheeky pitcher pump just to move more magma. We're not going to need this ladder. Alright, so technically, I want to go down and then get the full wall right there. Polluted oxygen galore. This is going to be a line right there. Pretty good. 250 watts. I will likely want a straight wire there. Pretty good as well. Sweet. We need to get a bottle of water for this. Bottle water. Okay. Oh, they're going to be able to pick up bottled water and put them into here. Yeah. There's no auto bottle from this side, so there should be able to pull it from here. And we're going to be adding into this build. 28 cycles and all the water is going to be gone. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I'm starting to think we might want to do a different pipeline strategy. Now, running it out is probably fine. Alright, so we know we will want to run a second pipe here. And I would want to run it above so the heat's not an issue. Run that way. And then we gotta run the pipe kind of like that. Let's get a normal ladder setup here. It's a weird setup, but it should be fine. Yeah, I don't have any decorators on the second planet. I could send someone in, just do the paint job. And then, you know, we'll send them back. We could do that. We could do that. Do the air quotes temporary setups. Alright, so this pipeline might seem a little jank, but it should be fine. I should be able to do this. But I don't know if I want it like that. So we'll just pull it out to here. That's going to eventually come from this side where the water is. Okay. Oh my god. I messed up. Oh my god, I messed up. Oh, that's right. I did not want this to be full metal. Or I have time though, right? Yeah, we do. Let's pop this. Probably this as well. I think it's gonna be this tile again. We'll wait. We'll see if we could get this done. We gotta bop the hydros up there. God damn it. I forgot. There was something specific about this I wanted to kind of avoid. Over chilling. That is something that's kind of a pain as one to, you know, make sure that doesn't happen. Alright, we did get the bottle of water here. We're gonna relocate that to the saltwater room. Forgot how gravity works, boys. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I mean, it's at least it's not an impossible fix. I need to add insulated tile here. So the water that accumulates on the bottom level here does not interact with the chill box. It's going to be a lot easier to just chill 110 to 90 than it is 110 to whatever sensor we set it to. Right? And as a result, I'm hoping this pops up to the right. Yes. Okay, we got it. Not a big deal. We don't need to decon everything else. Let's go. Automation, hydro sensor. Lead here is fine. It's not going to melt. Right? So that way we could just pump the water, have a little pool here to kind of act as a, you know, efficiency for the pump so we get full packet size. Alright, we gotta sweep that. Gotta sweep this. Right? Because then it's like, this area is temperature plate. This is not in range. Everything inside should be kind of within range, except for this corner. And then that logic makes it so that when the steam condenses into water, basically below 100, it falls down and doesn't interact with the steam anymore. Or, well, it doesn't interact with the cool box. It will interact with the steam, but the pass-through temperature thing is not going to be that bad. Green signal, if it's above, let's go 250. Keep it slow. And then get the plastic. Cyberdyne, join a Duke colony. Who would you like to claim? You're going to have to be on the second planet. Bonnie, Hassan, Oshkon, Nicola, Freya, Josh, Pei, Travado. Is it pay time with the PhD dress? It's time. Cyberdyne's in. Oh, annual balloon artist. See, you have a PhD in dinosaurs. You get the blue to match. Got the nice PhD dress. Small little glovelets. I want white glovelets. Those would be kind of nice. What do you call those long gloves that go up to your elbows that ladies wear at the ball? I feel like that would be kind of nice with this, but we just have no good colors. We're just gonna give you the stealth ones. No pants. It'd be like that sometimes. We'll give you the nice bionic shoes because the bionic blue matches the hair. That actually works out pretty well. Get the fancy. Cyberdyne could not afford real Nikes, so he got the inverted swish that doesn't look like the Nike swish. It'd be like that sometimes. He got the bootleg stuff. He got the Psyches with S. Psych? This is not brand name. Opera gloves. Oh, that's what that's called? Cyberdyne rocking the Psyches. What's that? That's where you tell people it's a Nike, but you go psych. Hey, there we go. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. All right, get that done. Gotta sweep the sandstone. That's there. Did we get the bottled water? Yeah, we did. We gotta empty this. So we had coolant contacts. Airflow so there's no heat from this ever touching the walls. We will want to vacuum this eventually. I don't know how much we need though. That's the one thing I haven't really considered, because now that we're gonna be running the water to here from this setup partially, we're not gonna need as much storage. Is gonna be the thing, right? We're not gonna need as much storage. So I might not need all of this. I probably don't need all of this either. We're basically just, you know, just in case prep. Oh, using up all the mafic. I guess we could dig some up. Using up all the mafic is kind of nice though. That is a material we kind of want to use up if we can. Okay, not bad, not bad. Guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. This is a good time to stretch, stand up, get some water, hydrate. I gotta use the restroom, drop the kids off. So I will be right back, you guys. BRB. We back, boys. I'm in. All right. Things got done, kind of. Okay, so we need to fix this with the missing reses and the ladder. They're still moving out magma. Let's go. We need to do that. We have time, 28 cycles. Plenty of time, plenty of time. We're adding a bunch of water into here because of the fact that we're running out of water here. That's kind of a good thing, man. All right, so we know where the water is going to end up being. We know that we're going to do a mixed water tank setup with this. And then we know we need to move the water out. All right, let's go with these two tiles just so that we could build the insulated pipeline. And then while we are pumping out the water here, we just connect that for now, get it running. We don't have enough wattage on here for that to be overloaded, so we're just gonna let this rock. There is some stuff we might want to clean up, but it should be fine for now. We will want to dig out some tiles just for the water to spill out. Go in from the top just to make it clean. Nah, it's gonna be a lot of work. You know what? We do kind of want to clean up the side of the ledge. We do want to clean this up, so we'll get that started. Pumping up the water still, waiting for that. Okay, so once this heats up so that it doesn't break the pipes when we desalinate it, we're gonna put it in storage, let the desalinator run, and we're gonna get cool water. Cool water we're gonna want to flip into the whatchamacallit. We want to flip into the we do want to set that up into the polluted water so we could feed the arbor trees. The arbor trees want 40-degree max, so we want to feed it something in the range. So this would be cool enough straight up. It's not going to tell me which one, huh? Easy living. No way. Sweepers for the win, boys. We did the sweep achievement. Somehow, some way. That's kind of hard to get sometimes, man. That achievement. I can't believe we actually got it. I remember I would struggle for that achievement sometimes. That means my dupes be idle. Oh, my sweeper's inside the box right here. That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Okay, we do have this weird setup that we're going to want to do. We won't plug it in yet. It got stuck. Classic. And then we're gonna work our way around this. Can't reach, that's fine. We'll get to that oil well to dump water in at some point. And then we'll be able to start pumping out water and re-dumping out ice into here. It's not a bad idea. That's probably going to be pretty good. Because we still need to cool this down a little bit. The ice dumping is probably slower than running like a proper chill setup though. Okay, so this is active again. I really need to address this water issue. They're working on that on this side. This is done, so this is chilling. Ooh, yeah, okay, so this is what I was talking about. We need to get a little bit of power here. So that this could actually run. We gotta fix that. And then start pumping out the H2. And then I guess we deal with the iron at some point. We need to dig out that abyssal right there. Cool. Cool. We're just gonna spill out the water from the top into the bottom. And then that got dealt with, so another temporary pipeline. Just because we know we gotta get that in. And then otherwise we kind of chill in. I guess we could do some temp shift plating right here. Just so that we could just keep adding ice to this a little bit. Okay. Start trimming this. It's time to start bopping the meteor, boys. It is time. Another thing too is we probably want to dig up the spore kid. We're gonna let the spores out. Should be fine. We're gonna get zapped by the phase vacuum anyways. Okay, we're keeping these guys chillin'. Igneous rock 825, not good. Okay, so this is coming out. This is still cold. 27 degrees. Am I really gonna put this at 150? I guess it just takes a while to chill. Even with all the temp shift plates and the steam inside. We just have so much igneous there that we gotta deal with it. $25 degrees. Arbor acorn, sure. And I think we need to do our ethanol setup here, right? Yep. Put a little bit of ethanol. Do we have a bottle anywhere? We should be able to just pull it from the auto bottle, right? I'll watch this really fast. You just pull it from here. And then the logic's simple. Ethanol liquid lock. And then we can break into the infectious polluted oxygen right there. Okay, they're still going down. Okay, so how do we want to do this? It really do feel like we need to run a chill box, but I'm not sure. I feel like merging the water kind of makes sense. And if my dupes aren't doing anything, we do want to sweep this. Oh man, so cold water, hot water merge, warm water, too warm. We want to chill it down, and then we feed the plants. So we're gonna need wood burners. We're gonna need to run the skimmer set. We could run that up top, run everything back down at the bottom. That kind of makes sense. And then it becomes a thing of... I guess we could store the water here after it's converted. That means chill box is here. That kind of makes a lot of sense. All right, so let's run this across. Generic setup. We're going to just assume we're going to have enough space for the copper volcano. Okay, this is done. Magma's getting pumped. Doing their thing. So... how much is each carbon skimmer? 1 kg per second. That's 600 kgs in a cycle. That is not enough, right? I probably want to run the 2 like we did before. All right, let's run that logic. We're going to run this setup where this is insulated. And then we probably do that same build we had on the other carbon skimmer. We just run 2 skimmers in a room. Seal it up. We'll make it steel just cause. And then we just want a pressure vent. We run the CO2 though, maybe on this side. And then we have to do the feeds. The feed out makes sense. And then we have the feed in. So that probably means we gotta have the bottom rooms. Has reservoir space. Makes a lot of sense. So we got to do the drop lock setup. We're gonna vacuum everything out from the bottom. And then the pipelines just have to be something we have to figure out. We are going to be having clean water here. And then I think this is where it gets weird. We do the liquid valve here. These all combine. This goes up. This comes from the bottom. And then we have to have the overflow split. And then this comes in from there. That makes sense. This comes in this way. We'll go through the top. And then we run it like that. Simple ladder right here. So we could reach the top. And then we got to do a bridge here so we could run out the pea water. Okay, this is gonna be ready. This goes in. We gotta bridge this. Combines in with the other water source. Okay, it should be fine. This is ready to get done. Building melted. Oh, we never actually. Rot pile now. Holy crap. This is going to become pea dirt. Please, somebody do this. I don't know how much time we have for this. I don't want this to be contaminated with polluted oxygen. Alright, pinch pepper nuts. Alright, it's gonna be priority 9. Leave that alone. So that's why we had that bin made. I forgot to set it up. 22. No wood. We never got the wood built. Alright, so we need to set up the wood again. We'll keep the lead here. Now we just gotta send wood. Probably gonna be busy now with the wood being delivered. Gotta get our pipelines in. $91. And then it should be a merge, right? So I think what I do is this. Well, let's make it look a little better. We want to give that priority so that it doesn't actually back up here. My cat is wired. She's eating her scratching posts. Oh, she got the mad zoomies. Yo, man. A lot of times they do that as a sign of them not happy with a recent change. Unless that happens commonly. In which case, you know, that just happens. Cats being cats. But yeah, a lot of times if that's like, doesn't happen normally. Maybe something changed recently and they didn't like it. It really do be like that sometimes. Yeah, she's pulling the strings from it all the time. Oh, that's just how she has fun then, probably. The instincts call to her. Oh yeah, we're gonna need power for that. I find it wrapped around the thing in her toilet. That's one thing that you gotta watch out for. Cats, yeah, have this weird thing where they interact and like chew stuff up like that, and it gets stringy. They'll try to eat it. It's actually one of the things you have to watch out for if when you floss your teeth. Because of the mint, the cats are attracted to mint, and then they will try to chew it because it's in mint is the same family as catnip. And if they actually eat the floss, they might get a string coming out of their butt when they poop, and that's the floss, right? The problem is that could actually cause a lot of like intestinal problems. So low key can be serious. String is really deadly for the small animals. I use the mint flavored floss. But yeah, for the scratching post, I'm not sure if the string on it, like, you know, maybe it's biodegradable. Who knows? Hemp rope. Hopefully they could process that. Because the problem is if it gets caught somewhere inside, and then that's like, oh no, bro. We did it lots of times. As long as the rope is something that doesn't really bother them. But yeah, that's the one thing. Rope low-key scary, man. It's really bad for kittens. Since it's still developing, that could cause a lot of problems. Alright, H2 lines in. Okay. Yeah, for the little babies, man. Alright. So now we are pumping with a little bit of a jump start. It's trying to produce. It's going to slowly heat up the water right there. Out of power again. We're going to have to do another infusion. Maybe carpet strings. That's another thing too, the carpet. Luckily, the carpet strings are not that long. Just got to do this a couple times. Yep, we're getting steam. Now we just need to reduce the pressure. So that it can get hotter. Alright, good stuff. I'm gonna wait for that. Got some time on here. I think we don't need to go inside anymore. We're gonna keep it like this though, because I don't think it's gonna break. Drop block. We're getting wood again, boys. Let's go. CO2's back on the menu. We really need to get our freaking trees growing. It's actually kind of funny. The pea water here actually works out pretty well. We're gonna make a gross normal filter. That's mad illegal, dude. Who makes these? Okay. Normal filter, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I guess we should do a temp setup. This guy with the power flex. I see you over there. Okay, so we're just going to be doing this just to get some trees growing to get it started. Okay, so this is going to be a gas rest setup. We know it is. I guess we could liquid lock this now. Temperature is not really going to matter too much, though. That's the only reliable filter when either output could back up. Yep, it's true. That is true, 100%. It has its uses. It does, it does. We'll get some trees growing so we get some wood. So we know that we're doing that there. We know we need to run a chill box at the bottom and then hold said chill water. Which means we got to get the ST steam turbine aqua tuner combo. Okay. I kind of want to do a flat filter here. I don't know if that's smart or stupid. That's the thing. I don't know if that's smart or stupid. We probably do a vertical one here. All right, we're pumping again. Let's go. So we want to get some wood started. We're going to vac this at some point. And then we need to make a water chilling box in case the carbon skimmers are a little bit too much. We're going to want an STSQ. I mean, steam turbine aqua tuner. And then the copper volcano we are going to want to set up. So we will need a steam turbine dedicated for this. Well, it'll get its own steam turbine. But we basically need to be able to deal with the copper. So I think we just do that here, right? A lot of space on this side, though. It's a crazy thing. We could do a two-stage process and have it be built vertically. It's all going to be right there. That's possible. I didn't think about it. Run two-stage. Okay. Let's dig this through. Open up the coppers. We just have to get rid of the water first, which is fair. And then we could use all the space here for the other stuff. Which would mean this would be my steam turbine space. That's not bad. Let's seal this up because we do have the path already built. And I guess that means we do want this setup. This is copper. Shaken. Buried object discovered. Let's go. Let's get a ladder there. We are consuming the water though, man. We really is. This is good temperature though for the trees, so I'm just gonna put that into the trees. The rest of this we're just gonna bottle into the inside for the spawn. Pipeline's waiting to get done. Oh, this doesn't have a gas output. We're gonna get a Sweetle Ranch eventually. Still moving out all the magma as much as we can. This is technically a path. Dig that. Could we dig that so that this spills? Aw, Bonnie. Alright, you're doing the job. That's fine. Alright, so this wall is there. I want to move the magma off of this. Nicola's doing it. No, he's not. God damn it, Nicola. Alright, so now we could dig that. We'll dig the top tile, because it's not going to push up. Just fill this up a little bit. Start dealing with this area. Okay. Oh. Polluted water. There we go. Some of it dumped out, but it's fine. And that's gonna go to the trees. Gotta start growing some trees. What we might consider doing is taking some of the pea water here that's a little too warm and then melting ice on top of it. I'm also considering moving out some polluted water into the bottom right where it's -10 to kind of warm this up because otherwise I have no use for it. Irrigation. Oh, it's doing that thing where whatever is going in is what's coming out. I hate when that happens. Alright, so we gotta change up some of the pipelines inside. We're going to instead run a up and over. No, I think we could just do this, right? Simple solution. I think eventually, though, we might want to change the entirety of this. Yeah. Alright, let's try to build this so that we actually get water. We're impeding our own flow. Okay. Poppers. First planet. Alright, cool. This is at a point where it's self-powered. No longer plugged in. Self-sustaining. Self-cooling. Good stuff. So that's chillin'. Moving out the gold still. A little bit of water spilled. As expected. I guess this isn't a big deal. We'll start digging out this weird corner. Or start trimming out this little plateau. This power line shouldn't be necessary anymore, so we're just going to remove it. And we're still at 1950. It's because of that salinator, though. We could just cut that, and this should be fine. Oh, no, separate line. Doesn't really matter. This side, because it's dormant, we could run it and get it started. But let's get a little bit of this stuff first. We should be moving wood. We still have 400 tons. I'm not really too worried. Alright, so chop, and we run that in instead. There we go. Merge bubbles. And then now this is a little bit better. All right. If anything, we might want to make some improvements to that. And then now all the plants are growing again. Let's go. All right, this was overpressured on purpose because I want to empty out the reservoirs. Because it's pea water on the side and then water on the side. We're converting it. So I don't mind converting it, but the storage is going to back up. I just want to make sure... Yeah, 69 cycles till dormancy. Nice. Okay. We do have the alternative access on the side now. Up and over, we just got to build. Okay, so... we know that you can build on that tile. We will. These two there, climb up and over still, and then this is going to be our turbine room space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to want a 6 tile turbine room for the 2 AQs. And then I guess we could use this as chill box. So we do a 2, 2. Let's give it maximum space at 4 tiles tall. We'll set up a ladder here, get that set up, and we're going to want to start digging out the abyssaline as much as we can. This is not pressure. Oh, that is chill on this side. We could go down here. Let's build this. This is also ready, so we're going to want to decon these two. Dig that, dig this. Jump, jump. And then this spills out. This goes up. We could dig all that. From here, we can't reach everything, so we will need some extra ladders here to dig out the rest. And then we're going to want to climb up this way, because we have to bop a lot of these weird tiles. Okay. Everything on the ledge, we need to just do a dig. Everything that's neutronium won't be dug. Mop, mop. Sweep, sweep. And then we're going to have to just pump out the water. 1 decon, 2 decon. Okay. Progress. Still trying to pump up. Water's pretty lukewarm. Let's get the priority of these pipes higher up. These are doing all right, man. Just got to get the phosphorites inside. Picking up granite. This is something we could fix. I mean, we could start vacuuming. Not a big deal. We got to do the pipeline here. We could reach it, build everything there. Dupes are just a little bit lazy. Move the water out. Start digging out more stuff. Sweet. We're gonna build a tile here. Dude, my man. Didn't need the ladder. Somehow he got it done, man. What a guy. Autosave lag. Let's wait for this. We're going to remove this. We're going to keep that. We need to diagonally remove that. We want to be able to stand on the door to bop the other stuff. Remove these two because they're not going to fall. Maybe that will. And then we should be fine with that. There it is. Oh, the door closes on the regolith and nothing happens. Feels bad. Off gas pushed out the liquid. Moving up on that side still. We're finally cleaning up this area. Sweepage soon. And then this room, I guess we get started. Probably don't need to yet. We're doing a lot of other stuff. We'll just wait for it. That vacuum's going to be ready once we need it. 16 kgs. Converting all the water right now. Okay. We shouldn't need these ladders. We'll try to get that ready. This goes up that way. We still need storage space for the liquids. A little bit of here, but it's not too big of a deal. Alright, so my dupes here are Worgen. Back to the first planet. No waters. Alright, we'll finally deal with that right now since this is done. And we don't need to deal with a lot of the other stuff here. So, I'm thinking we could do another steam turbine here. That's probably what we end up doing. Let's dig this. Let's run up the ladder to here. We probably do end up doing that. Which means, yeah, we just go through the bottom. Try to dig as much as we can. Go through here to go up and down the ladder. Get a steam turbine aqua tuner room right here. That allows us to run this water through a chill box. Do a secondary chill box. Okay, that area is chilling. Not dealing with the water here yet, but we should. Okay. Run that. Let's do bottle drainers here. We will eventually do something else. There we go. So water should just pass through. Yeah. And then that water is going to go into this oil well eventually. The wire got removed from here. Pretty good. Bop this. Bop that. Wheel is gone. Oh, we picked up crude oil. Oof. I was like, why are we taking damage? This should never happen. And I forgot there's crude oil mixed in from time to time. We'll let him repair. It's fine. Mop up the crude, mop up the petroleum. That's inside, doesn't really matter. Yeah, everything else is water. I was like, this is a water filter. It should just pass through. I was like, oh yeah, we have crude here. Yeah, that's a problem. I probably want to do like a false drop. Meaning that I want to have the water, because it's going to take turns. Because it's going to alternate between the contents, right? So because of that, I might want to just release a couple. Remove the oil pipe after we pliers everything, and then we could just get it out of the res that way. So because it's only going to be oil and water there, nothing else. All right, let them work on that. We are chilling here. All right, man. Feels bad. put a door here. It's gonna be time to start designing our B area. Fortunately, it's gonna be like that. We're gonna want to dig through the solid nuclear waste always. And once we get the door in, we're probably gonna dig this. So these two, preemptive dig. Climb down, jump across. That should be feasible. Jumping up should be fine as well. 4 at 463. This is... we need 5, so... we're gonna want these two. Technical ladders. Gonna want to dig that. And then we're gonna want 5 space here. We probably go all the way up here. That makes the most sense. And we're just gonna cut off a section of this for the dupes. Yeah, so we're just gonna take this corner and move it outside. All right, let them work. All right, this is gonna eventually boil, maybe. We probably dig that and start cooling down the lower mass. We dug the surface a little bit. Okay, do a minor dig. Do a minor dig. And then we're going to be able to go down. Another minor dig. Go across. Okay. It's time to start shaving the meteor. Fun times. All right, we have time for that. Trees are in. Body, oh, it's cold, fam. No way. It gonna warm up, man. Don't worry. It's gonna get warm, dude. It's at 15 even. Okay, this is in. We got some liquids. Decon. Stuff falls down. It's not a big deal. Ladder's in. Spill that. Let's get a tile here to push up the liquids. We'll likely have to mop this up. Then from here, just doing some digging. We'll have to dig that. Dig that. Regolith falls down. And then we just have a little bit of regolith there that we would probably trim from the top. Alright, something like that makes a lot of sense. We just do that later. Move out the liquids. Make sure nothing's on the edge or anything like that. We want to clean that up. Alright. Push this up to get more pumpage. We are going to trim this, because eventually we're going to have to push this up as well. And we should have enough reservoir space for that. This vacuum is done. Nice. So this is no longer going to warm up even a little bit. I should probably finish that. Ooh. It's time for a little bit of spillage. My dupes aren't going to run all the way inside, hopefully. Hey, look, it's a build command. We got to run inside, boys. I really hope that don't happen, man. Because we want to do it from the top. We want to do that from the top, technically. But we do want to drain a little bit off of this. We're going to get max capacity there. And you know what? We don't have to. We should just work on this. Get the magma pulled out. Okay. Ooh, that dig was fast. Let's do another 2 off the top. Trim that. Just want to make sure we don't trim too much. And then they're going to get stuck, right? My man's trapped. God damn it, dude. He wasn't even trapped. I mean, I guess he was. Alright, mop that up. Let's get rid of this ladder. Let's wait for that to finish pumping. Alright, so now we're going to create some space here. We climb in from the top. This is 1 turbine space. Set that up. Let's do 3. So then we're just going to replace these tiles. We'll be able to get our turbine set up in this space. And then we can start setting up our AQs. No steel, of all things. We have 56 tons here, so we have a lot. Let's stop doing wood. We should have enough. Steel. We'll do 10. Set them a healthy amount. Should be nothing selected. Okay. Add some sweeps. Build out these tiles. Get that ladder. Get both of these dug out. And then we could start doing this side. 2 kg of water. That should naturally break this tile. Just 1 tile high so they can reach otherwise. I'm not sure what part you were referencing, Ghost Rider, but yo, Ghost Rider, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate for tuning in. What is good, dude? If you guys don't know Ghost Rider, he's actually a ghost writer. Play on the words. He does the rap for Macklemore. So he writes the songs so that Macklemore could rap it. It'd be like that sometimes, man. He also used to write for comedians. He would write the jokes for them. Let them know what it is. Nowadays, though, he doesn't do that anymore. He's chilling. Wait, I can't reach. Oh, I can't reach anymore. Oh, travesty. Alright, I will need that ladder there. Okay, let's get this deconned. Get some steel. Let's go. Back on this side. Damn, this is getting filled up again, man. We go through so much steel for the biobots. 26 degrees. That's still very respectable. I am thinking about 150 here so that we could move out the igneous a little faster. I'm looking at this. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's this one. 30%. It's not even running that hot. Wait, why is this 250? 150. Wait, did I just run that at 250 and it comes out at 900? I mean at 29. That's actually wild if that's something I could consistently get. We do the 150. 155. I want to say this should be fine. The temperature of the metal tiles here is probably going to be the biggest tell. Like, this is already used and we're just not keeping up. 25 is the output temp, not the temp here. That's at 15. So we do want to get an extra chill setup. That's probably going to be this. I guess we could allow them to run underneath. We're going to run a steam turbine box here. And then we're just going to run the water here through a chill box before we feed it in to the top. So we run a 2-stage process. This, I think we could try to get away with a minimalist setup, where we just run a 2x4. At least we're going to try. And then steel. All right, filled. Dump that. Steel. I'm gonna send it over, boys. And then with that, we should be able to start making our aqua tuners. Okay, so ST up top. It doesn't really matter where we put it. I'm gonna put it on the left side. Somehow this is not breaking, so we're just gonna help it out. You know what? Let's not actually build that yet. Oh, mosquitoes. No mosquitoes. Okay, so steel. I think we'll do it like this. That's cobalt. What the heck? Hey, where's my steel? It's just slow. Okay. So we know that this is going to be cold box chiller. So there's a good chance it's going to roll like this. This is wrong. I didn't give it the 1 space gap. Boop, 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 boop. This goes like that, and then it's gonna wrap back around. We're gonna run the automation setup basic. Pipeline sensor, liquid pipeline. We're gonna get some water inside at some point. And then I think we're gonna use this area as a chill box. So how long is this? 8 tiles, that's fair. We will run sedimentary. I'm not really too worried about that. And then we're gonna run the temp shift plate water strat that we did last time. Okay. I think we will try to keep everything internal this time. We will run the double layer setup, which means I probably want this setup like that. Very fair. Now, boop, 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 boop. And then we go up and around. Okay, cool. So let's argue we want shut off this way. I kind of want the shut off outside. This doesn't generate heat, so maybe we just move it out to here. And then the problem becomes... It's a little bit gross. So you know what we might do? We go through. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. And then we run that way. That way. And then we could actually run it like this. There we go. Small exposed pipe, that's not bad. Okay, so this metal tile cancel. This insulated tile cancel. Okay, and then we will run a shut off on this side. So that's going to be our water pipe feed in coming down this way, down the ladder shaft. It's going to feed it. So we feed it on top or bottom. Doesn't really matter where, realistically. So it's either up or down. So if I want to go down this way, or up this way, it's going to be a line here regardless. And then boop, 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 boop. Okay. That's fair. So it's going to be like this, like that. Okay, that should work. Now it's feeding in this way. We probably run that lower, because of how we have to run the flow out and then the overflow is likely going to be what we need here. So that's going to be a shut off. We want to have a better control, so I think that makes sense. Run that in. Thermal sensor. Boop, boop. And then we have to run the bridge. And then this comes from the line here. We could adjust that so that it's a little bit following the fire pole. Should be fine. We will want a second setup for that. So I probably do a weird half line. Both of these could be added in right now to this. And it wouldn't actually hurt us. Like, the total power on this does not exceed 2,000 even with the aqua tuner attached. So that's pretty good. Now, the only thing is this part. I'm a little bit sketchy about that. I think we are better off running that and then running that this way. And then we're just worried about outlet pipe. So we'll just cut a random pipe in the middle. Replace that, connect it. Strip this in. And then this means, yeah, we have to run it this way. Which means we need to get our connection 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So technically this is better. Right? White, green. Okay, so the same automation. And then this needs to go into where we need it to be. We might run it underneath and then come back up on the side and then it goes around. Just because we would have space to do that. So let's build those ladders so we could build the pipes here. Oh, yeah. We need to do this too. True. Okay. Oh, that's 2,000 grams, not kilograms. My dumbass. Thought that was enormous amounts of water that was just gonna do pressure damage. I was missing a letter, dude. I thought it was kgs, but it was g's. God damn. All right. We're gonna want to sweep a lot of the stuff. Good news is that this just off-gas us out. Yeah, man, letters are hard, especially when you're looking at numbers. No one expects the answer to just be X sometimes. Oh, shit. Damn, how much oxygen have I pumped out? Damn. This has just been pumping. We're at 14 kgs. God damn. That's a lot of oxygen. I did not realize I've been doing myself up like that. Let's get some water here, auto bottle. Okay, so we're gonna do the second stage. Oh, did we do the beehive separation strat? All right, minus 40, just casually minus 40. We need to remove the bees from being able to go here. A lot of necessary maneuvers. Wolframite. I guess we could do both of these because we diagonal dig. And then we could separate this cold biome with the bees from the rest of the base. That's all we're trying to do, man. Saving the bees. I wonder whose ideal was it? Let's start adding letters to the math because we can't make more numbers. Really do be like that sometimes, man. Oh, we're getting water in here. Okay, one thing I did want on this, that it was going to be a little weird, I think we use iron. We'll use cobalt for the flex. And then extra cobalt just to have it. You know what? We don't run that one yet. Okay, cool. Get the mops. Get the clean digs. Sweep as much as we can out of this area. We will want to clean that up. Okay. Use the bottom half as part of the build. Dude, that actually would work kind of well. Kind of. It would be better if we went up. So I think that's going to be the direction we go. Alright, we're gonna wait till we build everything though. Just take some time. A little bit. Alright, so we're not gonna open this till we're finishing with the build first. So let's just seal this up now. Then we'll need to add some water inside. Dude, all the water we added in. Just pump it out, man. Another 9 cycles, and we add so much water to this. This brine's not doing anything. We'll have to do the strat here very soon. There is pea water bottles. But yeah, the tube's got to do that. It's just a lot of jobs. We're going to do a mean bin for the slime. Because otherwise I have no use for it right now. Ooh, the little second level magma got removed. Progress. Okay. Let's do this. We know this is going to be 5. We're going to move everything out. We'll sweep that later. Once we get into here, we're going to get some liquid stuffs that we're going to have to play around with. Ladder. Get ready. And then this is technically ready for us to just dig everything down. So we're going to start trimming as much of the abyssalite as we can without opening it. Sweeping, digging. I'd even check if this was dormant, and it's not. We need to analyze this. We need to dig out as much as we can. Liquids on the inside. Fertilizer. Got some nice fert. Coal sweepage, not bad. Free igneous for the hatches. Okay, so how is this? It's been running a while. 15, 13. 83, 84%. Okay. Looks like it's running pretty hard, which is kind of good. 155. Lot of heat here that we're not really utilizing for anything that we really should. I could probably power the second chiller with this easily. Okay, so we'll likely want to get rid of this. Start setting this up. Maybe not that one. And then we'll add water this way. Weird strat. Start setting up the AQ here. Let's just run it that way. We know the setup. Always gonna look like this. So on the way back, we get the nice chill. Thermal sensor. Okay. And then we're gonna do the nice 3-tile box. We know that's gonna be the seal. We know that this is gonna be a wall. Set that up. Go through the top, go through the bottom. Run the ladder down here. Do the chill box here. That doesn't really make sense. Too small. Do the chill box here is probably where I would want it. So if we did that and we did that, we could remove this part and have a mini ladder to climb up. Or maybe we have this just removed, then you have to run across to go into this room. I mean, why do we need to go in that room, right? Technically, you just run down here. We could, in that same fashion, just run that straight. We could build everything from below except on this side, so we could do this just to be able to build the tiles. Okay. Keep the abyssal line to do the reverse water spill. Spill that there. And then we do want to probably redo the power lines a little bit in this situation so it's a little bit cleaner. I'll probably run my hydrogen line here through the insulated. That just makes more sense. When we'll redo all that. This is going to be work for them. Lead wires. We still have a lot of lead. Comes out this way. We're not going to need a bunch of this wires anymore, so let's get rid of it. And then once we get to here, we're going to be able to make a new setup. I like gold. Yes, I do. Run that straight, run that up. Boop, boop. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we could start running our setup. This is going to be the water box chill design. So we are going to do no water contact on this one. So that probably means here, insulated tile, cancel, insulated tile, cancel. Because we need to add water and let the gas flow. We're gonna do the, we have to wait. I guess we do the temp shift plates right now then. Let's get that in. Wait for the dupes. We could argue we don't need those built, so that we could just use bottle drainers here. Okay, this is still pumping out. We're building, no one's getting stuck. Sweeping still too. Slime, stop the off gas as much as we can. Bump this to a 7 so they don't take the job from the rot piles. Okay. Looking good. Got a little bit of magma here. Dormant 24 cycles. 147. It's coming out at 150. And then it's at 27, 28. Pretty good. Single pass. This tamer's working pretty well. I do want to do one more thing here, just to guarantee nothing weird happens, but I don't think it will. Because I don't plan on the snow melting or getting close to it. These guys are never going to warm up, so it's like, this is safe. But I was thinking about adding walls here. Just in case. Don't need it though, really don't. Alright, so we got the water here, let's go. Let me get a bottle filler. Run that just to remove the oil drop so it doesn't bop the oil res. We can remove this now. Let me mop up the oil before it contaminates the water. Like we playing Timberborn. That's pea water, not petroleum. Okay, mop up said oil one more time. Let him work, let him work. And then hopefully we'll be able to deal with the salt water soon. Rhine's still moving out. Brine is warm. Only problem about that right now. Okay, my dupes are all working. Let's look at the setup. So it's here. Given how we want to do directional flow. Temp shift plates. We do want to do this. And then we have power lines. Okay, so running that out, running that out. Wires inside shouldn't be a problem. We do want to get water in here. Okay, so is the strat vacuuming the top? That might be the easiest way to do this. So there's no real problems. Ooh, okay. Cancel sweep. We're gonna force a relocate. Let's get the construction here first, and then we could seal this up and start pumping it. This doesn't need to be pumped, so it should be fine. You could temporarily turn this off. Get some power there. Gonna get some trees. All right, we're gonna finally get our own supply of wood, so we don't have to rely on the second map. I mean, the other map. Let's clean this up. There's so much work that needs to be done still. It's kind of crazy. Slime 7. So the farmer's doing that. We're no longer running wheels, because we have that steady power here now. I guess this is kind of labor intensive. But even though we're not running wheels, it's a lot of work, I guess. No one's cooking here. We have a spawn. No one needs to supply oxygen. I guess it's just a lot of work, man. We could disable harvest here. To save a little bit of dupe effort. Because it still consumes water. Right? Even though it's harvest ready. That's how this game works with the plants. Ooh. We got the vac. Oh no, bro. And that's because we're full power. Okay, so we're gonna have to cut this. Let the dupes in supply. We're out of CO2, boys. I mean, we have pea water, so it's fine, but we need them rocket. There we go. Move the wood. Nice. This leaves. Don't get stuck. CO2 is back in. We get CO2 from the natty gas still. Oh, there's a vent here that we could just remove. Alright, so this is not connected because we need this to just keep running. And then we are not using enough power. That's kind of crazy. We're not using enough power. That's wild to say. Alright, we're going to go around to go into this room, probably from the top. So, probably okay for us to remove. I don't want to relocate the oil drop, so we will finish this part. Alright, decon. This is going to be one way. I need to watch who's doing this. Cyberdyne. Let's go, Cyberdyne. So you can't leave. This was the strat I wanted to do earlier. Snipes the mafic rock 20 tiles away. All right, you're free now. We could seal this up. These are not priority. I guess these are ready to be deconned, and we're not going to need this anymore. You know, we could get dupe number 10. Because we do have an empty bed here. We could consider that. Getting a little bit of labor. Help out. Alright, so we don't have long travel. How many total gathers do we have left? I think we have 6. 1, 2, 3 on this map. And then 6 on the first one. Because we have the entire meteor cluster up top. That's 4. We're working on this one right now. And then we gotta do the volcano still. So we had about 42 geysers. Yeah, the meteor one is the big one. We're starting to do some stuff for it, though. Gonna start building this out. We'll dig up the stuff up top. This hot? This is not hot. We probably use ethanol for this, as we'll be able to get past. Ethanol boils at what temperature? 78. So this is going to be at 60. All right, we're fine then. I'll probably use ethanol because I don't want to wait for it to heat up. That's the one thing that might suck with that. All right, we're going to start going through the area here. Okay. Oil bubble. Where's my oil bubble? There it is. And then no more oil. Nice. Let's dump this on the floor. Working on that. All right. Steam turbine area is still being worked on. Hydrogen is good now. We could bop this. Power should be fine too. Bop that. Trim, run that down instead. Cool, waiting for everything to be built. All right, 14, 40% uptime. So was that at 80 when I had this at 250? That's kind of crazy. Let's go to 160. So it's coming out around 155. $28, $29. That's really good. And we could still kind of push this a little bit in terms of usage. This one's working all day, every day, though. So it's like we can't do too much. We just got to get a second one to help out. It's going through the brine. Getting the digs. So we could dig that from this way, dig that from that way. Start digging this as well. Okay, and then at the meteor, we're trimming the top. That is the play right now. We're trimming the meteor. It's finally time to start digging through this, man. We'll do 2 there. Another 2 here. And then from here we do 2, jump across. Start getting to the normal biome that got shaved off. You know, man, for Meteor, this was a clean cut. Flush. Really impressive. I will say. Okay, we've got some plastic here. We'll relocate. We didn't do the oil drop block then yet, right? Yeah. So we got to get this, and then we got to build the res on top. Let's pull out the line where it should be. Once we get this done, we can build the res, sweep out the item. Finally get this box cleaned up. Since this is sealed up too, the only big thing is just getting our power wires situated a little bit better. There's a good chance this gets done, right? And then we might want to run this like that. So this goes left and down, and then this goes down. That's not bad. D Mayor, what's good? I see you over there, D Mayor. We're just doing some stuff over here. Taming geysers, making sure we got what we need. Look at the core, dude. We're making impact here. Very nice. We're gonna build some obsidian pitcher pumps. Start picking up all the magma. Got the plants planted? Yep. We got some planted here. We got these planted and ready. I ran out of CO2, so the power's unplugged again. 38 tons of wood. We go through that fast. I'm actually gonna send some more wood from the first planet again. I'm planning on getting a second wood area. That's a crazy thing. We're gonna do another wood burner for more CO2. And that's kind of where I'm like, yeah. I don't know if we have enough trees, man. I'm hoping we do. This one back here doesn't need it as much. This has been going pretty well. It's at 1,000. We have a lot of CO2 here too. I guess we could turn it back on for a while. Fill up our reses. This is always topped off. This goes directly to the bees. No real problem there. They consume way too fast. We actually connected the gold with a long rail. And we're going to start dumping water away soon. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. We're adding a second cooling system for the AQ. It's going to be sweet. Okay, this is done too. We got to move out all the items. Okay, we're going to run that. And then we're going to start getting in our radiant pipe tiles. No. Yes. Do the simple in-out setup to make it clean. Yeah, that's probably better. And then we will run this line, but that's going to be different. It's coming in from here. Get this vent. Gonna add a little bit of water. All right, let them work. A lot of sweeping, a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done over here. I guess these pumps don't need to be there anymore. Same thing with these pipelines. Clean that up. We have access on this side now. Just in case, we'll put a ladder there. Slime goes into here, stops off-gassing. Oh yeah, and then we get this built. So, Maffic. So we should be able to pick it up and build everything from that ladder. And I guess given how we're gonna do this, and this is vacuum, let's get rid of this. And then we'll be able to use this. You know what? We might be able to just run this on that line. We'll see. We have basically a transformer here they're not using for much. Not really an issue though. It's if anything, kind of nice. But yeah, nothing to consume that power at the moment. We could actually do something crazy. Run a line through while we could do this. Into the suit dock. Nah, this should be fine. We have enough power here. All right, we get to pitch pump everything. Oh yeah, no harvest here. Okay, let them build, let them do their thing. All right, we could start adding water here. We are gonna vacuum from this room. We're gonna run it off of the power line down on this side. We're gonna do it here because I don't want to deconstruct these and then something weird happens. And then internally, let's make sure. Power wire, automation, pipelines. This is gonna go down and it's gonna be, we're gonna have a ladder on this side. So we should be able to do everything here. So, seal this up. We will want to get a drop lock though. That's gonna be the one thing we're looking for right now. Bump this up, and then we could finish this soon. Okay. Let's go back to above. This is still dormant. We're out of water. I mean, we have a lot of oxygen, so it's not a problem. It's just one of those things where it's like, it'd be nice if we had, you know, water we just dump inside. And that will be coming in from here, man, at some point. All right, let's seal this up while we can. There's no reason to go inside anymore. Oh, wait. I never connected this. Wow, I almost missed something very obvious. Cool. Sealed, no one's stuck inside. Can we move the plastic? Mallow seeds? Oh yeah, we gotta trim the top still. 1, 2. Because of the neutronium, I have to leave that there. At least we get to start climbing down. Everything here is getting shaved. Those tiles are never going to be able to get removed, unfortunately. Not bad. it's boiling. It's cooling down too at the same time. I am playing with bionic tubes. It's only on the first planet though, because they have to have their own infrastructure. So I have a couple of bionics on this side. This is our battery charger. They have their gunk system. You can see my batteries are up top. Each battery is, yeah, 500 battery. That's a lot. But yeah, we're running it. We are. Let's get some temperature plates. It doesn't really matter, realistically. But you know what? Let's put in the iron. Alright, we'll have a one space gap just to save on a little bit. Okay, so this one is going to be the one we're looking at. I think we would go with... Is this 15 or 10? It's 15. So we should go with 30 degrees. So a little bit lower. Let's go with 28. Realistically, though, I kind of want to over chill. So let's go down to 24. All right, liquid layer 33. Not enough. We're going to want more water with that. No more water there. Let's mop this up. So this is gonna run out of water soon. Feels bad. All right, delivering the wood. I think we will go with a vent drop. Yeah. Yeah, might as well. We're gonna do something called a temporary maneuver. Totally legal, by the way. We just gotta wait for this to spawn, huh? How much time? 4 cycles. We are just gonna take pipes that we're gonna use for something else and temporarily use that as a routing option. I just have to understand that nothing else is gonna work while this is doing its thing. So it's just I might sabotage myself. That's really it. Wait, which one is it? This one. This one has water in it. They don't think it really do be self-sabotage like that sometimes. $170, $150. Can't mop. So sad. Still got some magma up there though. They could still do. Goddamn chlorine. Okay. Let's start sweeping some items here, because I feel like we should. Water from here now to be able to move up. 66. Need a couple more bottles. How are we on the spawn stuff on this side? Wood's getting sent. We still have 400 tons, so it's really good. Digging that, digging this. Still getting swept. Let's just move out the stuff. Okay, this is at 46, 44. 160. We could raise it even higher. I just don't know if that really helps us. I feel like it's this weird thing with the game where none of that really matters. It's how fast you could cool down the steam. Because having a higher output temperature here just means that the materials leave faster. AQ works harder, but the time it takes for that to cool down doesn't change. Because all that means is that the hotter material gets to loop in faster and thus raise up the steam average in terms of temperature. And then as a result, you're cooling that down. So it's like you shorten the gap, but then it widens again. But it kind of feels like that. Yeah, so I'm just thinking to myself, am I really helping? Like, am I actually impacting this at all? That's basically what I'm thinking about right now. Like, am I actually doing anything? It's basically kind of the dilemma I'm thinking about. Like, we're making no impact to this, right? Am I crazy? So I'm just thinking to myself, like, shouldn't I just kind of just not do anything with that then? I don't know. We'd be doing some digging though. Lots of steam doing its thing. Oh, did we do the... Okay. We gotta do this again. Deconstruct priority 9 one way. And we gotta catch it. Oshcon. Relocate. Picking up Maffic. Sniped, boys. Let's go. And you're free. Alright, cool. Oh, I almost missed the items inside. Is there anything else? Nope, just those two. Okay, cool. Pump this up. Oh no, bro. It's too hot. Who would have thought? It's too hot, babies. Okay, how do we deal with the temperature once it's a little hot? 85. Looks like we're above 85. That's very unfortunate. All right. There is something we could do that's kind of unnecessary, but we might as well do it. We're going to build a steam turbine setup. Let's go. God damn it, dude. I'm going to do another one. DJ Khaled. Somehow we're not getting water here either. Okay, so once this is active, we'll get lukewarm water coming in to fill this up, which is fine. That's exactly the temperature I want the stuff in to be anyways. We could also potentially use that same lukewarm water and just run it into the setup here. Chillin', chillin'. There we go. Dude, this is lag. There we go. Let's get these two built. So we should be okay with this. We'll add more water later. We need to get the oil drop block. Relocate the Mafic. Bought both of these. The seal was in, so this is safe now. This is gonna be such a jank setup. We're gonna run a thermal regulator. Let's go, boys. And then we're gonna run this setup. And then the easiest way to probably do this is to run it with the bad metal. And then it's gonna loop back on the insulated. Yeah. So we just need a little bit of chilling. So we will do almost positional. 1, 2, 3. Damn, they're way too fast. Okay. And then we have boop boop. And then we're just gonna chill it down with a little bit of gas. That's all we're gonna do. We are gonna run thermal sensor here. This is made out of steel. And then whatever power we use, we could actually use this line. Probably. Run that straight up. We are going to run the vent right on top. And I think we just have it plug in. Very straightforward setup. Plants are dying because it's too hot. Build, cook, suit wearing. And we're out of water. Trees are dead, boys. Feels bad. Okay. Wow, the water in the pipes have warmed up. That's so sad. The water in the pipes have already warmed up. Okay, let's just allow everything out. All right. Just chillin', it's doing its thing. The water inside is chilling the water feeding in. Because it was coming in at 30. That's actually impressive. Water box. Okay. So we could mop this up. Let's get rid of that. This is it. Items are moved out. Alright, same thing. Time to get the final seal on this. There should be nothing inside. Do the build, do the setup. Downtime. Ah, that's the wrong job. I still gotta watch this. I could move the oil right now, but it's a debate. God damn it. Keep thinking they're doing this job. And I'm in. Okay, we can now relocate this drop to here. We do the setup. This is 0.9. It's going to be active soon. Above 250, so we get full packet size. Yeah, we don't need anything leaving yet, so we'll just disconnect that. This is finally built, so we can seal this. Okay. If we can, we want to dig this. Actually, let's wait. Sweep. I feel like this is cooled down to the point we might be able to just put it back here. You know what? Maybe that's what we do. Eight tons. 13 tons. 23 tons. Autosave is wait. Lost my priority button. Okay, let him chill. We do be the diggin'. Let's go. Magma chillin'. Good digs. Do you make interplanetary launchers out of steel? Yeah, a lot of the times. It's probably what you want to do. I believe they heat up, right? If they don't heat up, there's no overheat. Oh, okay. It doesn't need to be then. I guess you should, but at the same time, since it doesn't have an overheat temp, it's not really as important. As long as you get it cooling, that's probably the biggest thing. You just chill in space. Okay, this is coming in. Starting to get this done. This is going to be a little bit of water. And then this will feed into the AQ, which we kind of have a line for. Okay. So I won't be able to get a full vac. Chill at 125, hey man. Technically chilling. Just saying. What's going on, Sailor Mom? Can you argue that if you go a step above chillin', you're cooking? If you ain't chilling, you're cooking. Is that how is that terminology good? That kind of works with the yeah, it needs rat bolts. It kind of works like modern day slang too. Cause it's like you're chilling while you're playing video games, but if you're trying to cook. As the kids say. It kind of works out, man. And then at the same time, most meats need to be at like what? 160 Celsius or something? Is that how that works? What's the temperature? Is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? To be considered cooked? Yo, man, too much theory crafting with the shenanigans like that. My steel wire for my rat bolt melt in the vacuum of space. That's how I know it's not chill. Yo, man. In a vacuum, dude. Nothing is chill. You gotta watch out for the vacuums, man. They remove the chill. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, finally getting that seal. Oh, this is active. Let's go. So, it's not doing anything because the cold temperature from the water is immediately bopping it, and we just teleport the water. Let's go. The build works. This is going to take forever to actually warm up, though. That's going to be the real issue. Maybe I should have kept this as metal tile. I realize this is going to take forever to warm up, and we're going to, as a result, not really get, like, warm brine. Feels bad, man. Change it to iridium. Yo, man. I hate to break it to you, but all that does is kind of extend the timer. I guess that might be what you want, though. That's fine. It makes it so that you have less instances of having to repair. Still gonna have to repair, though. Wait, no, you don't repair. It just melts. It just melts less often. Yeah. Alright, we want to get this kind of built. A lot of gas here. Let's get a second bottle for this. Why not? And then we'll, technically, this is not right. There we go. Okay, we have to feed in the water, which makes sense. Probably something like that. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Get the bridge. Get that coming in. This coming out and up. I should be able to build this, though, without any real issues. Seal that up. Okay, get another cobalt tile. Get that almost ready. We will need to do a... Ooh. I guess we do it like that. And we do have conductive wire we could use. Okay, the only thing is single drop lock setup, no lid. Probably want to dig that out then. Automation is in, so that's good. Okay. Yeah, this brine is cold, and it is not doing anything. If anything, though, we are chilling it pretty well. This is at 77. Though I am not going through any of the water at all. I want to say that's bad that I'm not going through any of the water. I want to say that's bad. We could go inside and fix it. Get a little bit of water contact there. Because I'm thinking about this. It's a problem because we are not going to be able to get the cool slush rolling. Like you see the temp shift plate flash. There's a little bit of heat exchange, but it barely does anything. All right, we're gonna break back in. Dormancy in how many cycles? All right, this is gonna be potentially not wise. But everything should immediately evaporate, so the steam can't do anything. And it doesn't. Cool. You have to bop the hydro sensor. Dude, that's insane. Look at this. No doors, baby. Open space cool steam vent tamer. Not technically open space, but you guys know what I'm saying. Do you know what I am saying? Got a little bit of water here. That little bit of contact is probably helping us out a lot. Nice. All right, so this is going to have heat exchange across the bottom. It's a little bit doo-doo because we got the sedimentary rock doing the heat transfer. Now it's going to be a lot faster. Okay, we want to move the items out. Let's grab the hydro sensor. Move that back. Oh, he's got to eat. He's going to leave the door open. Come on, man. goddamn dupes. Alright, so this allows the water now to exchange a little bit better. It's okay, the temp shift plates are carrying the dupes. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, nothing inside. Let's do the full seal again. And then we're gonna go 250. Keep a little bit of water there. Okay. This is done. We can start vacuuming this room. And save. All right, we're in. We're gonna move out a little bit of water. We got a sensor now to have a little bit of control. Vacuuming this. So this water, once it warms up, we're dumping it into this room. This is gonna be at above 25. Right now it's at 7 degrees. It's still taking a little bit of time. You can see the water is going down though. 61, 57. Chilling down the water here is not a bad idea. We could raise this a little higher so that we hold more water instead of moving it out right away. Couple things we will consider. But yeah, I want to move out the waters, man. 7 degrees on the inside. Let's just move out some water. A lot of the water has warmed up while waiting to be pumped in. It's cool at 13 Celsius, but still at the same time, it's like not that cold. Oh, negative temps. Let's go back to above. All right, we're just moving out water to here. If we do have brine, I guess bottle emptying this wouldn't be bad. I don't think we have any on the map, just casually chilling. Hey, the pitcher pumps are done. So we can remove these. Probably all of these as well. Maybe not these. 2 drops of magma, 160, 170. Okay, so now the big thing is digging through here. This is gonna be for the pepper nuts that we will kind of want to do. Let's get a bottle emptier at both sides. I guess we could bop this after we get this done. Power is connected. Cool. And then we have to do this setup. Okay, 9 degrees. It's trying. Getting the vac here. Brine. If we have any. If we have any, man, we'll move it. If we have brine, we'll move it. We'll move it. Okay. Let's relocate this. We're gonna need that so that we can put a tile here and do a single tile drop block, and then vac this area. We will have power there, so it's not a big deal. Move out the brine there. Skimmers are not active yet, which is fine. We probably work on the copper volcano last. Now that I'm looking at it. And then this might mean we might do something like this. where we put normal tiles on top for move speed, and then we have this open up to the left side where we'll have our copper volcano. And then this just becomes dead space later. Cool. Oh, we got a bottle of brine. -7. Oh yeah, we mopped it up from this area. That's true. Okay, this is done. We could mop this up. Get that cleaned up over there. Okay. That got moved out. Let's do the seal, single tile. Um, 25 is for the long term because of the temperature of the arbor trees. They want to be 15 to 40. I wanted it in the middle. I guess we could do with lower temp, yeah. But the inside is at 12, so it doesn't really change too much right now. We'll do 16 so we're above. But yeah, it's still at 12. Inside box, heat transfer, a little slow. But we're moving out the water. Eventually, it will all go together. And go into the area over here. It's active again. Nice. Use up all the water. Got some coming in from over there because we have a lot of bottled. Oh, yeah. Empty. Let's go. Unplug this. Oh, that splash of water. I wanted to do ice temperature plate on top. So we opened up some warm pea water there, and then we're gonna put some ice on top because 40 degrees is a little bit too warm for the trees. So we want to cool it down a little bit. Yeah, that was the water that was coming from the meteor. Feels bad, man. It was right here. Meteors. And then all the slime. Some of it boiled. Some of it stayed warm. But yeah, that was where that's from. Alright, we're gonna get some water there. Relocate the mafic. We're gonna move the crude oil. No shovels. Did we actually finish this? Okay, so 80 kgs of water. That's decent. Spot this. No, my A button's not working. God damn it. Move left. There we go. God damn it. Guys, give me a second. I gotta see what's wrong with my buttons. I got that Cheeto dust, man. It's likely cat hair. Because what it is that my keyboard has, I don't even know what to call this kind of keyboard, my first one. The button is above the keyboard that's flat. and it's a very precise hole that the key presses into, so it's not a lot of free space, and you don't get a lot of accumulation that way because you don't have a raised up area to catch everything. Everything's flat. However, there's a couple of holes every now and then. I've seen a hair go through the hole, and me taking tweezers and removing the hair actually helped it. So I want to say that's probably what it is. There's like a hair that's preventing the thing from working well. All right, it's time to add water. We need the oil drop. But yeah, that's probably is what it is, cat hair. It happens, man. No matter what you do. Sometimes, man, can't stop it. Of course we would have a gas line like that. And I can't put it there. Alright, so it will be here. We're going to do a temporary setup. Cut that, cut that. Put that down. Building melted is here. You have Paku, just one. He chilling. Alright, drop lock. Ooh, shit. This vent is not good. I'm gonna pump it back inside. Alright, we gotta do it like that. Alright, that should be the last bottle of water. We got the wild Drecos chilling. We just lag in a little bit. Okay, so this 96%. Is it because it's the start of the day and it's running? Nothing's coming out. The temperature of the metal is good. 160. I guess we could raise it because I want to move out the igneous from piling up here. We have 100 tons. Wait, we still have 800. Is all the igneous at the bottom of the map? Where else could it be? It's not here because this is empty. This is empty. And then this is empty. Oh no, we do have igneous here. Okay, 23 tons. Guess we have a decent amount here we could roll out as well. Alright, so this is at 14. We could do 135 here, probably. And allow more of it to roll out. Okay, 38, 39 degrees. It's not as large as the other one we have. Happens to be a little warm then. This is where all of our igneous is. It's just a double. I guess it might be the chilling design. But yeah, having the igneous should be good. Alright, water. Bump this up to a 7. Empty that. We'll come back. Okay, so this is ready now, right? There we go. We just gotta do the vacuum. This is nice and lukewarm. Cool. So, feed the trees again. Adding in the brine. Looking good. Still vacuuming on the side. MCGs though. We're getting there. Then it looks like, yeah. Let's dig that. And then we'll dig the rest of this and try to open up this area. Let it potentially air out a little bit so vacuuming is a little bit easier later. $16 degrees. So we are getting brine coming out every now and then. Which means, yeah, we're going through our stockpile. Only pumping up when we're getting slush. That's fine. Still vacuuming both sides. All right. Waiting. So we're back to here. Let's relocate that. Why did we remove the pitcher pump? We shouldn't have. I mean, it's fine. We'll fix it. We got our closed loop right there. We're going to do bottle drain. Bridge, pipe. Okay. So we are going to run shut off here. This is gonna roll in, roll out. Cool. And then once it's chilled, we get to run it inside. And then from this setup, we will run the feed in a little bit differently. We should do it like that. So we get this. That's such a weird setup. All right, let's let them build that. We got water here. Nice. Start the vac. Still vacuum. Oh, vacuum complete. Almost. It's almost done. It's almost done. Okay, bop the ladder. Decon this. Just clearing out some tiles. Grabs, a lot of mixed gas. This was very pressurized, to be fair. Okay. Those are supposed to be tiles. We could trim this out as well. Build out the pipes, get a 2-stage chill process. We got to fill this up with water. We have a lot of water though. We just got to move it out. I can't go down to empty, so we can't just move the water and let it fill. This is going to be our liquid dump to clean up the bottom later. Nice. So I guess we don't need to do both. We just do the one. We should be able to build both from this layer. And then the magma doesn't push up. That's just magma, right? So that means we get to seal this up and have a controlled spill this way. And then we could start pumping out this way. There we go. Does not push up. We can now build this. If that pushes up at that point, it's not a big deal. Alright, let him work on that. This vac is complete. Let's get that tile in. All the brine should be emptied from here. Yep. Pea water for the plants. Ah, plus wood. Look at that. It's just falling down, dude. Brittle arms. The arbor trees got noodle arms. Dude, that'd be mad funny. Arbor trees get noodle arms trait, and the branches self-harvest when fully grown. They just can't carry the weight of the branch. That would make so much sense. Alright, now we're hoping that it doesn't spill out too much. It shouldn't. We should be fine. There's a little bit of contact here. 160, 160. Okay, we want a little bit more water here. We do want to get another sweep. Waiting for the vac there. Alright, slowly accumulating water. Feels that we're actually going through this now. We got to fill up a second floor though, so it's gonna take some time. What I want to know is what material the bottles are made of. They have the liquid magma and it doesn't melt. Neutronium, baby. They got the neutronium bottles. I've always assumed neutronium though, not gonna lie. I never actually knew if it was. Though, yeah, I've always assumed it was neutronium. It just makes too much sense. And god damn it. 16 kilograms of polluted oxygen. This game. This is not gonna move. This is infinite pressure design. All right. We're going to try to game the system by creating a vacuum here by deconstructing. And the logic is the oxygen moves up as a result. Nope. God damn it, dude. God damn it. 16 kilograms is so much. I think I could pick up, right? 3 tiles? I want to say that's fine. I hate it when that happens though, man. Okay. We're okay, boys. Alright, we can seal this up now properly. Now that we got the no gas inside, we can do a proper seal. Okay, this is ready. Remove the gas pump. We're gonna remove the power line. we're gonna run the steam turbine inside. We gotta connect everything, of course. And then we will connect that just like that. Then all we gotta do is get the bottle of water. We have literally a bottle of water chilling there. Boop, boop. Cool, cool. Milligram, we're almost done here. My pinch pepper nuts are drastically waiting for some love. Okay, I think. Gas. 13 kgs of H2. That's not a lot. I could just move some out though. Right, nice. Genetic goo is always the answer to the magic material. It's weird, man. It's made out of the same thing that dupes are, yet dupes take damage from magma. That don't sound right, man. It's clearly able to tank it. You know? Clearly, it's fine. Very clearly, it's okay, man. Yeah, the dupes get bought, man. That don't feel right, man. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We're still trimming the top of the meteor. Okay, trim it down this way. We're gonna go like this, since we're gonna be able to climb down this way now. And then on this side, that should be safe. Do another 2 on that side. Trimming the meteor, boys. It's finally time. Okay, back to here. Moving down the pea dirt. Man, we get a lot of pea dirt, man. It didn't reach? What a sham. What is this? It didn't reach the pitcher pump. Giant steam room meteor site? Kind of. It already technically is. It's all steam. So I'm moving in ice, so that the ice could boil and get wrecked. And, you know, helps us in the long term. But we gotta move in the ice for now, so that it could do the best it can. But yeah. We are free now. There's some neutronium here that's going to be a pain to kind of deal with. The neutronium's in the way of some of my tamers. You know, realistically, it's just the hydrogen that might have a problem. Everything else seems pretty clear of neutronium in a bad spot. All right, got the vac. Here. This is vacuum. You put the peat gen inside. Isn't that a real life strategy? Not the peat gen, but there's a thing where they take like the water drip and have... Dude, what the fuck? That's way too much water, dude. Dude, this is flooded. God damn it. This is flooded. No. Could this run survive forever without an input from you? Technically, you could make a colony do that. I've done that in one of my playthroughs. I've done a run where we try to fully stabilize and then AFK. But it was a challenge run, so we did 100 cycles to set up the infrastructure, and then AFK for another 100 cycles. We did do that, and it was pretty easy. Now, long term, for a more indefinite playthrough, yes, but it doesn't mean that you could do it with any setup. What I'm meaning is basically you have to have the limit of how many dupes you take, because the geysers are gonna basically set your limits for you. Because, you know, once you get to a certain point, the geysers are only providing so much every time they're active. So even though it's technically forever, they have a top line of how much you could use per second, per cycle. And if you exceed that, you're now going to be in the negative, and that's bad. So to a certain degree, yes, but it's not every situation. So I guess to answer your question, yes. You could set up a colony with a set amount of dupes, and then they'll be able to be set up for life. The only thing is just, you know, yeah, each dupe increases how much food you have to generate, right, for the calories, and how much oxygen they're going to breathe. So that means you're going to have to provide more food and oxygen. It's mainly going to be oxygen, to be honest. Food you could technically just always have. Like, you have 4 million here. My first colony has 27 million, and I'm not even paying attention to food anymore. So it's a thing where you can make permanent food storage, and it's just, you know, knowing how to scale it up in terms of resource loops. Like, this guy poops out ice, that ice feeds into a plant that feeds another critter that they eat, and then it just keeps going forever. There are loops in the game like that where you could just, if you do the right combination of things, they all support each other. And then it just comes out to, you know, making up the difference with a geyser, or, you know, making sure that everything gets done on time. So if you have the dupes not doing anything, they should automatically do their tasks right on time. And then, yeah, it should be good. But yeah, you can't get like 100 dupes and then try to sustain them, because it's like you're not going to have enough oxygen for them. Because at the end of the day, you're limited by your water, right? 2.8 from this, you filter it out, and then you feed that into your spawn, and you get oxygen. No matter how big this number is, if you're going down every cycle, it's negative. That means eventually it's going to run out. But yeah, technically, to answer the question, yes. You just got to do it the right way. All right, man, we have too much water here. We got to take care of this. We're gonna put tiles there. We're gonna put a tile here. We had to do a weird setup. We actually don't need this. We just gotta put that there. And then we're gonna want a bottom filler. Ooh, kind of memester. I guess that kind of works. I still fear let the colony AFK. The dupes are coded to try to get themselves stuck and die. If you don't give them dig commands, I feel like that would be it. If they don't have dig commands, they won't get stuck. And don't give them jetpacks. Nobody gets jetpacks. I feel like if that's fine, you should be fine. Alright, nothing's plugged in. We don't want it to be plugged in right now. Alright, we still got a little bit of space. Can't you give them all downtime and sleep? That's actually exactly what I did. It's tough though, because if you give them downtime and sleep, the problem ends up being is that it locks you out of a lot of tasks that would otherwise be the most efficient setups. Basically, ranching requires you to brush the critters. And if you can't do that, it makes it hard because ranching is really good at generating food. Now, that being said, there are ways around that. You could run something like Brackine, but that means you have to get Brackine. But that's exactly what I did. Now, for 100 cycles, I was able to do a strat because we had abundance of resource. Basically, we had like 300 tons of dirt, so I could just waste mealwood, right? And it's not a problem. Not waste mealwood, but like waste dirt on mealwood nonstop. And that's fine, but that's what I did. I made it so that I had sweepers in range of the mealwood. And if you didn't know, if you don't harvest any of the crops, so let's say that you have pinch pepper nuts fully grown and you don't harvest it, they will self-harvest in 5 cycles. So if you just grow more than enough food, the sweeper is going to be able to fertilize if you just give it dirt, and you just have to put all the dirt in one tile and then let it, you know, distribute themselves. And then have all the meal lice swept out. And then if you just have enough plants, they would all be able to self-harvest. At that point, you would be able to sustain. The problem is that you can't really generate dirt on demand without ranching. So if you make it so that they don't ranch, it's going to be like, well, you need to ranch pips so they could eat the branches from trees and give you dirt. You could technically work around that still. It's just a little bit of work to get that set up. And you have to play for a while because you have to unlock some late game stuff in order to do stuff like that. But yeah. Can you give them all downtime and let them sleep? Yep, you exactly can. Very feasible, very feasible. Alright, we're gonna have to pump up some water here, man. Because I overfilled this. God damn. Way too much water in here. You can wild plant, takes a lot of wild plants. That's another thing. Wild planting is 4 times longer. Right? So it's like you have to build 4 times the plants. And then if you're doing self-harvest, that's even more. I'm setting up my first spawn, all the different stuff. It's crazy. So in my playthrough right now, we're doing a challenge run. No rocket launches, so no rocket launching, and then we're playing on a map with 40 geysers, and the challenge is we have to tame every geyser and then consume the resource that we get from it. So we don't win until we tame and consume. So one of the problems is you have volcanoes. You could take the power from it and feed it to the turbines, but then you have to do something with the igneous rock, right? So we're going to be taking the igneous rock and feeding hatches. So we have a lot of hatches on the map because we're just feeding them igneous all the time. And then we have like 7 metal volcanoes. So we're taking all of the metal and we're feeding it to the slugs. These guys. So we have a lot of excessive builds that you realistically don't need to be building that much. But we do have a lot of those. But yeah, there's a lot to this game. In a sense of, it is a very deep game. But if you run into anything that you're curious about and don't understand why it works a certain way, let me know. I got you with some help. Just because this game does a really poor job of kind of like introducing concepts and mechanics to you. And you really have to kind of just figure it out on your own, which you can. Or if you're looking for some help because you're getting frustrated and not understanding some of the nuance, dude, ask away. Otherwise, I'd say just have fun with the game, man. Go at your pace. But it's a deep game. While this is a colony management game, at its core, it's a thermodynamic simulator. There's a lot of heat and managing temperatures that you have to do in order to really have a lot of success. But yeah, you can see that there's a lot of color gradient because of different temperatures. This is minus 25. This right here is 1700 Celsius. Like, we have hot and cold, warm, you name it. And then we almost done with the first planet. We're on the second planet to finish some of the stuff. I got into the core. We're just digging into this. Yeah, we gotta pop the sand right there. And then we gotta get some water here. I did at once to plant all the wild and sweeper. It was so much to plant. It is. I tried to do that for myself. I was trying to do a max dupe colony. And the problem I ran into was that you could only make so much food when you're taking unlimited dupes. You run into a food issue before you run into a oxygen issue, funny enough. And as a result, I decided that wild planting would be the solution. So I wild planted the entire second map. And it was ending up barely enough food to supply the colony that was living there. And I was like, this sucks. Like, goddamn, this is not the business. All right, we're paying attention here this time. All right, I just remembered we were filling something up on this side. Okay, it's only at 700. We never added water here. I guess that's fine. I want to do this first. I want to watch it. And then this is a pipeline thermal sensor. Right, we're going this way. Yeah, we are. Then we're going to get power. We're going to run this down. I guess we could run it like this to make it look a little bit nicer. Get the relocate, clean that up. We got the bottle of water, we just need one. Still slowly filling this up. I guess we don't need 2 of these anymore. Let's seal that side up so nothing falls inside. Adding in liquid's not going to be a big deal. Are atmosuits the biggest leap due to dupe survival and oxygen power and food? Once you get a spawn, it is. Until you get a spawn, the suits are going to be so hard to keep topped off. But yes, that is exactly what you think. It is such a good thing. So, give you an idea. I'm working in the magma core, right? My ladders are 1500 degrees Celsius. And that's because there's a geyser in here. So I have to clear around it so that I could build something on top of it. So we're working in the magma core. And we need suits for this. Now, the biggest thing is that it's not even that the suits protect you from the heat. It's the fact that you have a linked canister of oxygen that lasts longer than a cycle. The suit carries 75 kilograms. The dupes consume 60 in the course of a full cycle. So that's 600 seconds, full cycle. So they get about like a day and a quarter. And that's so good, because one of the worst things in this game is when, and this also protects him. He's going to start taking damage though if he swims in magma for too long. And he made it out in time. Let's go. The biggest thing is when you get bad gas and then you don't have a suit, you climb down to do a job. And then before they reach the bottom, they have to go back up because they have to catch their breath, right? Because they're holding it in. And then after they're done, they're going to keep doing it. That loop is called the dance of death because your dupe gets nothing done. And that could happen with food. One of the first things you're taught in this game, at least if you play the game and pay attention to some of the mechanics, is you put food in a room of CO2. CO2 is heavy, so that usually means that the CO2 is going to start piling up. And as a result, the food's down there now. Your dupe goes down to get food, but because he can't hold his breath long enough, he has to go back up to catch some air. That means he doesn't get to eat, but he keeps trying. And then the worst part is when they get the food and they're climbing up to go eat it, and on the way up, they drop the food because they want to run out to breathe. That's called the dance of death, because they just keep looping forever until they die. Because he won't be able to eat and then lose calories and then GG. But yeah, suits are so good because you don't have situations like that happening. You'll get more stuff done. Even though there's a movement speed penalty, it's really nice. Yeah, I will say suits are probably the biggest thing. And then after that, you don't really get much in terms of dupe upgrades. It's really just getting access to better materials for your buildings. And then playing around with the space stuff. Space exposure. Learning the properties of a vacuum. Those are going to be later game stuff that once you get suits, it makes it a lot easier to play around with that. We are at 800. This is why you don't want the main ladder run down the middle of your base. Everything will fall to the bottom, nothing gets done. Yep. One thing I recommend doing is staggering your ladders. Don't have this go all the way down, because you could very easily do that. So I go down, handful of floors, change it, go down, change it, and go down. I do that as much as I can. Now, technically, having a straight ladder is the fastest method of travel like that. And staggering just creates more distance to move, so that kind of sucks. But it's better in the long term, because you see the items, they just drop sometimes. It makes it so that you don't have to keep, going all the way to the bottom. You get checkpoints, so to speak, like that. All right, so this is kind of ready. Relocate sandstone. Trying to get a steam turbine. Yeah. So power lines up, and then the liquid goes back in. Radiant pipeline. This is about good. Back over to here. This filled up 294. This is technically a little too much. How much water do we have inside? I'm just gonna dump it in. Yeah, we gotta add some more. It's not a problem. So that we just keep pumping up some more water. Oh, it's going into the other line. Oops. That's not a problem. We're just gonna put water in there anyways. Dump it inside. Tube transport's not bad. The only thing with tubes is you have to have a lot of power. I feel like a transit tube could easily overwhelm a single natural gas geyser. I really do think that's the case. I haven't really checked that though, but it uses up so much. For new players, suits are amazing, man. It's great. It allows new players to, without thinking, deal with the exploration aspect of the game, which is a big thing that people overlook. You have to explore the map. If you don't know what geysers you have. You don't know where the geysers are. You don't get access to the different biomes of resources. It becomes really constrained where it's like, I kind of get it. You kind of want to turtle up in the starting biome, but it's like you need to explore. Yeah, exploration is something that no one really talks about when it comes into like things you got to do, things you got to build in Oni. That is probably the most impact in the game. Darkarag, welcome in. Yeah, I usually cut it off some point. 7 power banks fell into the ladder. Noticed my last run. Base game exploring so worth it. It is. It is, man. It's probably the most important thing in the game. Pro tip, if you want some easier exploration strats and you're looking to just explore, we'll go over a couple of movement things. In the game, regular tiles have something called run speed bonus. You see that? Run speed. Airflow, mesh, insulated does not have run speed. Regular tiles do. So a lot of times you want regular tiles. That being said, because you have run speed bonus, running left to right is always going to be better travel than up and down. Right? So ladders have no bonus. Plastic has 20%. So running is always better than ladders. Fire pole has a move speed bonus, only going down. Climbing up sucks. Now that being said, when you're exploring, the best way to explore an area, because let's say there's fog here, and let's say it's fog here, and you can't see anything, and you want to just reveal the fog. This is the pattern that we want to call the S-shaped pattern. Your dupe could climb up 3 tiles like this when you daisy chain it. So as long as the tiles are solid and are not going to collapse, you could use this instead of building a ladder. Why is this good? Your digging dupe doesn't have to go back to the base to pick up material to supply and then build. You could literally just keep exploring. You can cover so much more ground this way. Now the problem is that if you're going to go through that area properly, and you're going to go back and forth, maybe there's a geyser there, maybe there's a, you know, resource in that area like algae that you really want to grab, and you know that you're going to be going back and forth a lot, building a proper ladder afterwards makes a lot of sense. But exploring, you want to be doing the dig pattern like this. You know, 2 tiles to go out straight. And for lack of better words, this is the S dig. You remember that Superman logo? Or the really cool looking S we used to draw on our notebooks back when we were kids? This is where that came from, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. You gotta put that S to your chest. But yeah, exploring, that is probably the best way to explore, and it's so good. It's so helpful. Outside of that, we went over a really quick run speed, how that works, right? Relative to the ladders. But yeah, hope that helps you out with the exploration, man. Shrimp Scampy. Yo, I see you over there. How are you, dude? If you guys don't know Shrimp Scampy, he tried to change his name to Chicken Scampy, and then he realized that Chicken Scampy don't make sense. So he changed his name back to Shrimp Scampy. Because Chicken Scampy is not from the sea. He's tired. You know, I see you over there. Yo, man. Low-key really want to watch the next season of ASL. Goddamn. Beef Scampy. Beef is not a seafood, though. Dude, they changed the name back, dude. No more soup. Now it's ASL. Rip soup, dude. What's going on, Mike? How are you? Beef scampi. Scampi refers to a dish with seafood in it, which is why it's kind of weird. You say shrimp, though, because you gotta, you know, point out the type of seafood. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Love me some soup, though. Hey, man. They should, dude, that's so funny. There was that one season where the owner came out right before they were announcing they were changing the name back. And he was like, yeah, we got you guys burgers. And then they did a whole little skit where they had one of those ASL cheerleader girls. And she comes in with the Uber Eats outfit on and a big empty box that's like heat proofed and all that. And she's like, yeah, you gotta pay for this. And he pays for the food on cam. That shit was hilarious. And then he just goes, yeah, man, there's food in the back. And then they show the camera pan. All the girls that they hire to be cheerleader girls are the only ones that got a burger. Everyone else, I guess, had to go to the back and get it themselves. So funny, man. And then it's like, I'm thinking about, yeah, they should have just served soup. Why did they get burgers, dude? What's going on here? Dude, it was good, though. I low-key want some of the merch that they have. Oh, get one of those ASL shirts. Gotta get the jacket, man. What do you do if you run a cobber? Alright, so in this game, one of the biggest pitfalls is... I don't have it on this planet. This building. The Rock Crusher. It's very convenient. A little bit too convenient. And what I mean when I say that is that you get this, it's only 240 watts of power, and you get refined metal. That in and of itself is actually really good. The problem is the return. You have to spend 100 to get 50, so you lose 50. It comes out as sand instead of refined metal. Compared to the metal refinery, this gives you a 1-to-1, 100 to 100. No sand though. Now, the problem is that until you get rocketry, you cannot get metal ore. Because rocketry allows you to start space mining, and then you have the chance of getting the metal ore there. So a lot of times, you could run into an early game issue where you rock crush, turtle, hang out, and you don't progress the game fast enough. You start running out of metal. And then the issue is that some items in this game could only be built out of metal ore. However, steel is always going to be there. Steel will always be by your side. He will catch you if you fall. Steel is best girl. She will catch you if you fall. Steel is best girl, yes. So, in the power of steel vested in me, you could always use steel to substitute anything that requires metal ore. That's the only thing, because any recipe that's metal ore, you get steel. So, that means that you could always substitute it. The problem is that it's steel. You don't want to waste it. It's so hard to get. It's kind of precious. And because of that, you don't want to use it. The biggest problem with steel is that you get something called a lime bottleneck. One of the recipes you need, the ingredients, is lime. That is almost always going to be the bottleneck for steel, because getting lime is kind of tough. You could only get it from mining another scarce resource, or by ranching the critters, because they're eggshells. You could be crushing them to get you lime. There are some other alternatives like the lure plant giving you amber now. But it's always going to be your bottleneck. So it becomes a thing where it's like you might not have enough anyways. So using that on your other buildings might not be wise. But for the most part, I don't know if that answers your question, Mike. Just because I don't know if that's what the problem is. You can't build some of the buildings because you're out of metal ore, or maybe it's for another reasoning. But yeah, you could always use steel to substitute for building things. Creates a lot of heat. It is. I tend to turtle. Don't play spaced out. Play base game. You could play spaced out on classic size, which allows you to play with spaced out rocketry, which is what I would recommend. Spaced out rocketry. And then you get the OG size of the classic planet. And that's kind of like the best of both worlds. The only problem is that you are really incentivized to not leave the planet, because the planet's so big. The other planets, if you actually go to the planet, it's a separate map, right? So it starts lagging because your original map is way bigger. I think this is still smaller than base game by like 20%. So this is kind of like 80% of the base game size. This planet right here is spaced out size, more or less. So you can see it's a lot smaller, right? This is just so much girth. So for the most part, if you really want the base game feel, that'd probably be what you want to do. Steal such a steal. Feels really mean that some seeds on base game have a chance of not getting Iron Volcano. Dude, a lot of them don't. It's because base game, man, it really do be like that sometimes. Base game was true RNG base. They wanted to get away from that though, because some people didn't like it. I didn't think it was that bad though. Space out requires a bit more urgency, and it's easier if you have a lot of experience. It does, yeah. They force you to not do the generic base builder stuff. Too legit Giga Expert, yep. I am the Flash of Oxygen Unincluded. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Though, so can't judge things based on him. Yeah. We know the ins and outs. Yeah, space out rocketry is the business, man. Other planets create harder engineering challenge. Like pressure on the first one. Yep. Off gassing. Hey man. It is what it is. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It really do be like that though sometimes. You hate to see it. My favorite quote from a baseball player. You actually know the origin? Dude, I used to tell people that and no one believed me. I used to tell people that Oscar Gamble was the original quote from that guy. And people don't know who he is. I have to tell the story. The story of Oscar, dude. If you guys don't know the story, I'll tell the story. Oscar, African-American baseball player. He is a pitcher. In his rookie season, he played well. And he got traded in the following offseason. So what had happened was that I don't think actually he got traded after his first year. I think it was a couple years after he played for his first team. What had happened was that he was looking at teams, and the Red Sox were like, "Yo, man, play for us. We need a pitcher." They're like, "Okay, cool." Stats were good. He was a good player. And the thing is that, he got this big luscious fro. So, you get signed in the offseason, and in the offseason, he got a sponsorship deal. It's with this like local barbershop place thing. And what happened was that they have a deal where they would appeal to the people with the same hair type and kind of be like, "Yo, man, he gets his haircut here, uses our product, you know what it is." So ends up having a sponsorship deal with them. First day of training camp after the offseason, he's already signed the deal with both the team and with that weird third party. First day of training camp, the owner is there. Before he even does anything, he goes, you gotta cut that fro." And he goes, "Whoa, hold up. I got a sponsorship. You can't make me just cut my fro. I'm gonna lose my sponsorship, and that's money right there. And then, if you guys know anything about the Red Sox, it's not even anything against him. It's the fact that they are notorious for having the clean-cut look for all of their pitchers. I think that might be true even still to this day. I don't know. Like, if you have long hair in high school, they make you cut it, right? And that was what it was. So they were like, nah, man, you can't have your fro just be waving around. They made him cut it. And then I think it was a reporter was like, hey, man, why'd you cut the fro? And he goes, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. The birth of the legendary quote, man. Let's go. You know about that? Do you know about Oscar Gamble and the story, dude? Do you know about that story, man? Oh, man. What do you think about that? Was it cool? They're like, yeah, man, that makes sense. They had like 50 years of baseball legacy. Or were you like, nah, man, they should have let him keep his fro? When he do a wild pitch and that shit's flying everywhere? The distraction, man. I think it was cool for the time, but that was post Gambino. Was it? We were just trying to win. They still made him cut it though. Maybe they were hoping to kind of keep the legacy. Like, yo, man, he's gonna carry us. One time. Can you show your quick oxygen setup? Sure. This is the plan. So I built this cycle 50. I don't know if that's considered early game, mid game, late game for you guys. So I built this cycle 50. So basically this is a design that I like to call the submerge electrolyzer setup. And it's basically an all-in-one setup, meaning that it solves all the problems, does everything you want the spawn to do, and it works. Like, you build it, set it, forget it. As you can see, closed loop, it's not attached to any power source. Generators are inside. Gas pumps for oxygen, gas pump for hydrogen. And for the most part, it is also infinite pressure, meaning that you never hit max gas pressure, which is something you'll see here. Max pressure right here. We tricked the electrolyzer building right here into always running, right? So it's 100% uptime, last 5 cycles, this cycle, last cycle. So this means that we're always burning the water. So it's very power hungry. Now the thing with this is that we're utilizing an exploit. There is a gas separation setup here that naturally occurs with this build. There are a couple of nuances to this where if you have this in the open and you have a random gas that's not the same 2 gases here get nearby, it's going to break the build. Basically what happens is that this is a 2x2 building. When this building spawns 2 gases, because it spawns both oxygen and hydrogen, it spawns it on the top level right here. Since there's liquid there, the gas gets pushed up or to the left, right? And we influence that by having solid tiles where we don't want it and airflow tiles where we do. So it spawns, but there's water there and that pushes it. So that's going to be our basis for the design. Now the problem is that buildings in this game have something called a flood limit. That number is always going to be 35% of max tile of said liquid, and each liquid has a different max tile value. Give you an example. If you go to magma, max tile is 1840, right? That's normal. Water, we have water in here. Water, oh shit. Oh shit, it's too much water, fam. We're gonna have to move some of that water out. 1, 2, 3, yeah. We're gonna push this, and I'm gonna, I think it's here. We move these two, and we'll deal with that next time. So we can see it's at 1,000 for water. So you have to take 35% of this number, and that is the amount you need to start flooding a building. When a building is flooded, it's disabled. You could kind of use that to your advantage, but not really because of how flooding works. Once a building is flooded, you have to reduce all the water away in order to remove the flooding debuff. So it's really a hassle. If I were to flood this, and I have a couple times, you have to completely drain it, mop it up, and then refill it. So it becomes a thing where it becomes a problem. So you don't really want to flood a lot of times. So to circumvent the flood from occurring while still getting the mechanic to happen, we do something called liquid stacking. We have 2 different liquids at different densities, and we stack up the liquids. And we only need to cover the building in a 2x2 in our case. And this allows us to get the mechanic to kind of trigger. Now, this design is specific. If you were to flip the solid and airflow here, it doesn't work. And it's a very specific setup. This is also a modular design, meaning that you could repeat this as many times as you want. The design is literally these tiles. 2 pumps, 1 electrolyzer, 1 hydrogen jet. This is self-sustaining, right? Because that's normally how this works. And then it's repeated, right? So if you need more, because you have, in my case, I have like 33 dupes, so it's 8 times 2, or 8 times 4, 32. If you need more, you would add another one of these next to it, and just keep going. A lot of times your limit is going to be your water pipe. Since this is 10 kilograms to max on pipe level, you don't really want to get above 10. Realistically, though, you're never going to really get up to 10 because that's a lot of dupes, 80 dupes. And I don't know if you're going to want to play with that because it lags. So this is the design. I have this on YouTube. And then this is basically the general layout. Everything needs to be exactly as you see. That being said, I'll wait for the autosave lag before we show the next part. There's a lot of tricks to this. You have to vacuum the entire area, so that means there's no gas inside, and then pre-fill the room so that I do have a YouTube video on this that goes over the build. So that is on the YouTubes. It is a slightly different design though. This is more of a, as I've been playing, I've had it evolve. We have a minus 10 Celsius pea water, guys, here. I take that pea water, put it in reservoirs, and then when we need it, we pump it out, and we run it on top of the spawn so we can control the temperature. Right? You can see right here it's around 32. The electrolyzer wants to come out at 70. So we're running the cold water to keep it cold. That way, you know, it's usable. But yeah, that's my radiant pipeline setup. We have a water feed in, that's hot water that's coming in from over here. Saltwater geyser 95C, so it's hot. So we're running these 2 geysers. This one has a weird setup. Once the water gets warm enough and it wants to leave, it goes into a sieve and then it feeds back in. Basically making it so that once the water has done its job and warmed up, we could filter it, make it into regular water, and then feed it back into the system. But yeah, this solves every problem you have with a spawn. You have infinite pressure. As long as you have water, you have oxygen in this case. Since it's self-sustaining, you don't have to worry about it running out of power. It's always going to work on its own because there's a smart battery setup with the hydrogen. Hydrogen is only used internally. If you really want, I have a version on this side that has an aqua tuner combo, right? Where you run a steam turbine aqua tuner. This requires plastic and steel though, so it's a little bit later. But it's the same exact design. And then instead we just run an aqua tuner at 24. And then we control it that way. I wouldn't call myself an engineer because I've never done engineering jobs, but I did study that in college. If that makes sense. Is there an optimal way to run the vents from the spawn? So gas vents. Normally, these only pump 500 grams per second. Max gas line is 100. I mean, 1,000. Distance. No distance, more so the number of vents. I would recommend having, if you're running a vent line to suits, right? I would recommend either having a buffer tank or a dedicated line. A lot of times when your dupes are taking the suits, they're going to have to charge. And if you're not getting a steady stream of oxygen in here, it's going to stop the dupes from leaving because they're not going to have suits with oxygen inside. You're going to have suits. They're just not going to have anything in it. So a lot of times you're going to want to make sure that that line is either going to be a dedicated line so it doesn't connect to anything else. Or if you do have it, you want a buffer tank. And then hope that you're catching up when the dupes are sleeping, so to speak. That being said, I like to do a every other pattern. So I have a floor right here. I have a vent on one side, and then on the floor above, I rotate the vent to the other. So you can see it's like left, right, left, or left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Well, I don't have one here. Right? So that's what I do on the edge of the floors. That being said, if you don't have dupes going to this area, like right here is kind of empty, you could just kind of let it passively, gases, just fill it up. Because we have a vent here and then nowhere else, right? Because it really only matters if your dupes are always there. In my case, dupes are eating here, they're sleeping here. So I want to make sure they have oxygen here. Outside of that, you don't really need to saturate the entire map, just the living area. And then if you're using suits when you're leaving the base, so I'm running a closed base setup. I guess that's another thing to talk about. Base designs. I am running, it's probably better to look at it this way, a box of insulated tiles. Right, you see the purple line? These are insulated tiles and I boxed myself in. So that means I could easily control everything inside and not have to worry about anything outside. So that means I could have my outside open to the space and get the gases deleted. And I'm not really too worried about that because my gases that I need to breathe are already inside, right? So that's kind of like a design philosophy. Inside, outside. You normally don't need it to be this large. You could actually do something like this big. And you really only need is a meal hall, places to sleep, and then bathrooms. You would also need a kitchen. I'll probably put that here. But I'm running non-perishable food. That's another thing they really get into. Food rots. I'm running something called pemmican. Pemmican never spoils. So this is how I'm getting around not making food storage. Since it never spoils, I don't need to do anything to it. On my first planet, though, there is food storage right here. So you can see it's really cold. And then the food has both sterile atmosphere and deep freeze. You got to get that so that the food change goes to 0. I'll let you figure this out unless you want me to show you. But for the most part, you just need to be able to provide. Now, that's assuming you got suits for the areas that don't have a lot of breathability. So this is breathability right now. The red is unbreathable. So that means if you don't have a suit, you really don't want to be inside because you can't breathe. And then there's green, the cyan color right here, teal, is very breathable. So that means, you know, you don't need suits. But with a closed base design, you're going to hit max pressure pretty fast. So that allows you to have a little bit of control. You don't need as much oxygen that way because you're not filling up the map. And then I'm running, because my floor here is a little bit wider, vents on both sides. We have 4 lines coming out. 2 of my suits are on a dedicated line. 2 dedicated lines for the vents and another dedicated line for the suits on the left. Distance per vent doesn't matter. In this game, they have pipeline logic. if you have a trident and you have vents here, and it's coming from one gas pump, this gas pump will always alternate perfectly. There is a memory for this, so it will always go, you know, boom, 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 boom. It's always going to be even. If this is filled up, because this is max gas pressure, it will bypass it and go to a different one. So with that, distance shouldn't really mind or matter too much. And at that point, it's really kind of just, you know, up to what you're trying to do. That being said, you're more looking at material costs, because if you're using insulated gas pipes, this is stupid expensive. Radius, gas normally expands. The only thing with the gas vent I would recommend is to not put it on the floor. So oxygen is relatively light, but it's not the lightest gas. One of the things that you can do is you could bypass the overpressure value by having it in another gas that's not what you're releasing, that's not at that value. So you can see that we have a little bit of CO2 here that's at 1400. If my gas vent was there, it would release nonstop. So that's the only thing you really have to worry about, because you could get something called popped eardrums, which is a stress debuff, I guess, for the dupes. They get mad that it's too much oxygen. But once the gas gets released, it's going to naturally move around. If there's other gases that are the same thing, it's going to merge and split. So in that case, no and yes. You're only releasing on this tile. There's no radius to it, but the moment it spawns, it can move around. My vents are always overpressure. That doesn't seem like a problem. Yeah, it's not really a problem. Overpressure means normally that it's like, you know, you have enough. To the point where the vent doesn't want to, you know, put too much burden on the dupes by not giving them popped eardrums. So it's a good thing. It's only going to be a problem where if you need to breathe, but then you got filled up with CO2 instead. And it's like, oh, it can't release the gas. There's too much CO2 and you can't breathe that. In that case, you know, that's the problem. But yeah, it really depends on the situation. But yeah, god damn it. Talking about that, I went to like 5 different tangents. This game is deep, man. There's so many layers to this. Okay, this is working. Normal vent 2 kg, yep. No, all good. No worries. If you need the help, I got you, man. That's why I'm here. You don't gotta apologize. You're asking questions because, you know, you need some help. You want some answers. Either way, don't worry, man. I got you. It was more so just me trying to point out that this game has a lot to learn. Normal vent 2 kg. I see you, Ricardo. He's right. I would recommend not building high pressure vent. There's another thing that's like no one ever thinks about. I was doing spore farming right here. So you have something called zombie spores, and we're farming up the germs so that we can make robots. Ears pop is 4K. I believe it's 4K. The thing is that the high pressure vent goes up to 20. Most plants have a value of 10 kg as max gas pressure. So if you do use the high pressure vent, understand that you could potentially just bop all your plants. Because I believe if the plants have a pressure limit, it's always at 10,000. Some plants don't have that, like the overgrow right here. There's no pressure value that it has for the minimum or maximum. And then most of them are having the 10,000 gram limit. But yeah, you gotta watch out for that. The pressure vent is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Oh yeah, we have to fix this. I'll fix this next time. All right, Mighty Mumble, since you're still asking the questions, I am going to be wrapping up soon. So before I go, I want to make sure you're good. Any questions, man? Anything you're curious about? Trim Scappy, I'm very late for this. But yo, man, if you out there, if you hear me, buddy. Rest well, res easy. But yeah, man. Let me know. If not, man, we might be wrapping up very soon. I will be live again, though, on Friday. So if you do have a lot of questions lined up, you could hold them till Friday. I could answer them live. You could always, you know, find the answers on YouTube or stuff. You know? Just want to make sure you're good. Do legit you the man that goes to the trees. Yo, man, appreciate you, Mike. If you guys don't know Mikey is one of the reporters for the Lakers. He's on the sidelines. He's very known for that one viral video he has. Where he goes, one of the players goes, nah, man, I want to be here, Mikey. And he says it like that. And then he goes, yo, thanks. And then he's like, back to you, Stu. And then that was the end of the clip. Shout out to you over there, Mike. I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much for the detailed answers. I got you. Mike. Hump day. Hey, there he is. He knows. The decor in the zombies sport room must be amazing. Hey, man. We don't know if it's actually amazing or if you're just tripping off the spores and you get some hallucinations. But yeah, people of chat, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Let's get that saving.